Ladies and gentlemen, back to Anthem. We reviewed this game when it came out. Old review system. Very old review system. So, you know. That's cool. They don't have Canada Dry anymore. But we'll make do with what we got. Actually, no. That would be Inquisition, Croatia. Before we go any further, shoutouts and thank you to Ann Diddy, Ben One Eye, Bragwin, Dame Celeste, Dream Whisperer, Dragon Player, Ect Klug, Evo Iliani, FM Aylward, Frieza, Fringe Philosopher, Game Geek, Gonmon, Ikit Claw, Etree, Jesse's Mask, Johnny Bigby, Judo Joker, Colgrim, Loke the Night Reaper, Maverick, Mike, Mizuno Speedruns, Mr. Red, Nighthawk, Nimbus, Noctis X Soul, Novan, Oni Tyne, Papaneeks, Paranoid Android, Savacom, Sean, Shadow Machine, Sonashi, Sub-Zero, TSB, Tonic the Dog Tour, Tukio, Vansony, Vigilant, Zero Hunter, Sturdy Reluctance, Off the Deeper End, Jinja Ninja, Oxymoron, Kira White Noise, the person who put this game on the list, Silver Mask, who I'm pretty sure doesn't watch me anymore, and our majority shareholder, Croatia. Sorry, what I meant is Croatia! Thank you, all of you, very, very much for your support and for making sure that I can do things like have delicious cereal for breakfast. Thank you. I have no hopes for this game, but I'm also going to walk in with as neutral of a tone as I possibly can, which makes sense because that's what I always do. For those of you who aren't here for the last time we did this, we didn't even have a standardized format of doing reviews. We would just play games and kind of give pluses and negatives, and we hadn't even defined what pluses and negatives really were yet. It was an old review, but I'll go ahead and tell you right now, the result I came from, like the conclusion I came to at the end of Mass Effect Drama was that it was, and I'm going to quote myself here, aggressively average. A lot of people say the gameplay is good, but there are aspects of the gameplay that are good, right? You know, we've got a good build system, we got the jetpack, we got the car, that's cool, right? Yep. And then we've got that great enemy design. Oh wait, there is no enemy design to speak of, and no bosses to speak of. There's a grand total of 2 bosses in the entire game, so that's great. So nothing really to use the combat design on. A lot of very, very just unmemorable encounter design, and a whole lot of very strange, what do we call it, like detriment of life features. Something that I remember because it turned into a clip, which is actually one of my most viewed clips of all time, for some reason, was how you would have to go to like okay, go here and then go over here and then go this. Wait, this thing is up. Okay, go here, then load screen, then walk over here, then a load screen, then turn the thing, then load screen, then go back, and then load screen, then get back here, and then go back to questing. Like, we'll see. I'm trying to walk in as neutrally as we can. So, before we get any further, though, if there's one thing I could do to make sure everybody hates me, because that's the goal, right? The goal is to make sure that nobody's on your side. So let me remind you of how the Mass Effects have scored so far. So Mass Effect 1 got a net golden number of 40, which is above, 0, so that is net positive. But that's overall just kind of an averagely good game. Mass Effect 3 got a net golden number of 33, which, same difference. Mass Effect 2 got 392. Anyways, but like, Mass Effect 1 and Mass Effect 3 are hilarious to look at side by side. If I could just jump in here really quick. Mass Effect 1 is plus 37 to story, minus 16 to gameplay net. Mass Effect 3 is minus 24 to story, plus 42 to gameplay net. That is close enough to be funny, and I did not plan it that way, for reference. And then Mass Effect 2 is obviously net positive. So that means the only Mass Effect game we've reviewed particularly well is 2. Okay, now that everyone's pissed off, let's jump into it. Resume. Okay, hang on. I want to know what happens when I hit resume. I'm actually curious. We're building shaders, apparently. Oh, you're not one of the weirdos, as Mirror Star. I am. I meant what I said. Most people are not super fond of how badly Mass Effect 1 scored. I stand by it, for the record. I firmly agree with my own review on that. Wasn't this still the Frostbite engine? Like, this was the era of Frostbite. Where is this? What are we doing here? We're level 10. No, we're Nexus level 10. We're level 34. Interesting. What is this? Why is this my save? I'm so confused by this. Also, this is one of those wonderful games that mutes when you alt-tab, so that's great. So if you ever wonder why it mutes, it's because I've alt-tabbed to say thank you to FM Aylward very much. I'll put that towards Stellaris, Dyson Sphere program, and Factorio. Interesting. Well, anyways, what I actually want to do is go back to the main menu, please. Yes, thank you. $40 isn't bad, Warp Core. In fact, it'd be more accurate to say that it's average. Actually, fun fact, I track averages across all golden numbers we've ever covered ever. And, yeah, 40 is about dead in the middle, just about. Actual average would be about 45. Yeah, Elden Ring got about that much, too, just to piss off even more people today. Hey, let's get our negatives to story ready. But I forgot to do something earlier. This is my fault. I've been running around like a chicken with my head cut off all morning. Forgive me. Yes, the review was of the Legendary Edition specifically. All right, here we go. Let's do it. The original would have definitely reviewed worse. No question. Okay, so I'm going to give you about 5 minutes to vote if we should play male or female. It does not matter. It's purely cosmetic, as it always is. So take your... Okay, new game. Would you like a quick start? No. I don't think it does. I think this is a Dragon Age 2, I think. Building shaders. Is woot. Yes, one of them's woke. Because females don't exist in real life. Fake news. Hang on. I have no idea, Act. Hang on. Building shaders to go back to the menu. Yep, women were invented by the Democratic Party. Sorry, that's a reference to an actual thing. I shouldn't make fun of that. It's just ridiculous. Okay, so hang on. What is New Game Plus? Okay, so carries over levels, powers, special quest, research data, and money. That's actually a decent New Game Plus. Holy crap. Plus to gameplay. I'm kind of shocked, to be honest with you, but yeah. Starting off with a plus to gameplay. Net positive! Stop the count! Stop the count! Alright, how's our voting going? Oh, wow, that's actually kind of close. But also, do I only have 23 viewers right now? Go voot! Voot! Ask me again in a few months, Act. Yes, do your civic duty. Don't worry, when you vote for me, it actually matters. It's okay. I know that there's actually a patent pended way to ensure that people end up looking back to their first monitor, or their second monitor, excuse me, for a second. Because that's where I am. I'm over on the second monitor. Jiggle physics. Hey, Kennex Cow, quick, vote! Vote! Yes, sex candle, which as a reminder is a real thing. For some reason. The vote's actually pretty close. It's getting close. Getting close. We got about a minute left if you haven't voted yet. We've got 33 people who voted right now. I'll just pay a bill while I wait. Yes, I am that boring. Thank you for asking. You have to work at it to be as boring as I am. It's like it's something you have to keep maintenance on. It's a steward thing, right? You're not just born boring. You got to work at it. Getting close. This is it. This is it. Female. Okay, okay. Female it is. All right. Did we play male last? I actually don't even remember what we played last time. Let's do it. It is a TSB. I'm very good at it. If I had a superhero title, it would be The Boring Man. Also, I just noticed there was a weird graphics glitch on the title menu. Oh, I love negatives. It just... they fulfill me, you know? Janitor the Boring Man or Boring Man the Janitor? One of those would work. Alright, so... honestly, I'm going to stick with default appearance because, well, these appearance customizers aren't great by memory. Like, this is just... Yeah, these aren't great. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. Like, I think my favorite thing is several of these are just, they look like they're gazing into my soul. Like, I feel like I'm looking at a robot, which doesn't have any malice towards me, but is about to rip out my lungs. And I know that, and I'm terrified, and they're just so polite about it. You know? Your lungs must be removed for proper cataloging. Please stand by. Look at these faces. Oh my god. I am now going to remove the remainder of your lung. I know it is painful, but do not worry. Your pain will be gone very soon. Just look at him. Look at him. Oh my god. Can I? Hey! Okay, okay. What? Why? Okay, I'm sorry. I don't mean to sound negative. So first of all, this controls like ass. I'm just going to start with that. Like, I'm having trouble maneuvering this. But second, yeah, it's very consolitis. Second of all, yeah, this is complexion. Even ignoring the fact that that's not what complexion means. I mean, our skin color is literally changing here as we go. I'd say about the same, Platonia. The thing I want to point out is that usually from 1... Like, if you have a gradient from, like, 0 to 10, or 8 in this case, that means 0 is the least and 8 is the most, right? But there's no most or least here. This is just 8 completely random options. Or, excuse me, 10. Excuse me, 10 random options. Like, one of the options is that. At least that's a gradient. I'll give you that. So that's something. Not super fond of this. Oh yeah, let's get all gaunt here. Let's really make sure that we look like Skeletor here. There we go. Really get that skeletal thing there. Just hang on. Let's see what happens if we turn everything to max. This is actually a good thing to check. That's not actually a joke. You ever want to know what kind of character creator you have? Set everything to max. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god! It's getting worse. It's getting worse. Okay, we're okay. We're okay. Oh, it didn't save eyes for some reason. Hang on, hang on. Oh my god. Oh my god. It didn't save anything. Hang on, hang on. Why isn't it saving? I mean, I understand why it's not saving options. There we go. There we go. Now it's saving options. There we go. Yes. Yes. Behold the glory. Oh my god. No, this is unironically a good test of this kind of thing. So we're gonna stay over here. There we go. Okay. We look like a corpse. That's started having that thing where the blood pools, which I forget what it's called. Oh my god. It's okay. Okay. No, rigor mortis has to do with how the joints lock up. I think. Maybe it is part of rigor. I don't know. It's the thing where their blood pools. Like if you ever seen a corpse, which I hope you haven't. A fresh corpse, the blood starts pooling immediately. They get all bloated, and gas starts building. It's really gross. It's okay. I can handle the rigors of deep space, Dad. It's not a phase. I just really like how Botox makes me tingle. Okay, hang on, hang on. Let's do the... Oh, jeez, that's actually worse. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, God. You know what? No other changes. No other changes. That's it right there. Beautiful. No, let's do minimum. Let's see minimum. Yeah, Cyberpunk had pretty decent customization. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Look at it. Look at it. Spartan, look at it. She does. She looks like she's from Psychonauts. I can't even take a drink. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, hang on. Let's just keep going down. Oh yeah. Oh yes. Yes. Now that's an Oblivion face right there. We have successfully hit peak Oblivion. Oh Jesus. For the record, this is positive worthy, being able to mess with it this much. Have you heard of the High Elves? Hi, Giga. How you doing? How's your day going? I like how each step just makes her look slightly more alien in a different way. Oh, and that's it, that's it. So yeah, there's... Oh, okay. Oh, we'll see, Spartan. We'll see. Oh. Yeah, now we're just an anime protag. Oh my gosh. Oh. You mean boss, singular, Spartan? Yes, I remember the one boss. There's actually two bosses in this game. The last one, which is garbage, and then the giant mecha snake. Oh no, character creator. Bless the gameplay. Okay, so hang on. I want to do something really quick. Give me a sec. So hang on. Let's redo this a little bit. Hang on. So let's leave this down here. There we go. Move the eyes up, out, and wide. There we go. We're leaving the mouth and nose. Or do we want giant mouth? Ah, looks too normal. Okay, giant mouth, giant mouth. What are you talking about, Rex? I don't know what the problem is. There we go. Yes! The hero of humanity. Oh yeah, this is my favorite thing. When going through a hairstyle is so, like, it's so resource intensive, it can't even load quickly enough. Look at that load time. Look at that load time. What the crap, Andromeda? Look at that. That's almost a solid second of load time to load a hair mesh and texture. Yeah, no, there's no being fair here, Act. This is garbage. I'm already leaning towards a negative for load times. This is insane. Yeah, that'll work. And let's see. Are we trying to kill Batman? I think we're trying to kill Batman. Yeah, this is still Frostbite. Again, Spartan. hang on, let's make that even more red. There we go. Yeah, let's red that up. Oh yeah, we're trying to kill Batman. Oh yeah. There we go. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. I love it. My hair is dead. Meanwhile, Twitch is just going today. Yeah, Twitch really wants to kill the stream. No, Melkor. I'm gonna... Okay, so, real talk. If you want the one-sentence review of Andromeda, I have never felt the desire to replay Andromeda. The only reason I'm replaying it right now is because I want to review it. And because you paid me to, and it's my job. But, you know. By the way, this is yet another no dealer's choice. I'm pretty sure we're at straight-up no dealer's choice, like, from now on. Until we finish out the queue. Oh, this isn't going to be as bad as Starfield. No, 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 no. Anybody who thinks this is bad as Starfield is exaggerating. No. There are good things in Andromeda. Legitimately good things on both axes. Starfield is a garbage pile that's on fire. Yeah, no, a lot of people tend to forget that Starfield is extremely close to the worst reviewing game we have ever reviewed. Of the 200 some odd games we've reviewed at this point. You want to know where I got these scars? From Batman. Ooh, ow. We'll go with something simple, though. There we go. Interesting, man. All right, there we go. We are ready. We're ready to fight Batman. Okay, I'm actually not going with this. Unless, do you think we should? I just wanted to see what kind of dad this makes. Can you change later? Well, I don't know. I just wanted to see our dad. Let's see. Hang on. Okay, so I want that on. Yep. So that he... I think... God, this is so weirdly rated. With this option on, Alec Rider's appearance will be based on your customized rider. I think that's correct. So let's go ahead and hit that. Don't upload. Oh yeah, I need to look up what the difficulty options actually do. I think it's lazy difficulty, but I'm just going to double check. Oh yeah, meme answers will always win, as I've proved during the LGAs. Oh yeah, I need to finish reading the LGAs. I need to make a note to myself. Note to myself. LGAs, exclamation mark. Okay. What are the difficulty changes? What are you talking about, Rex? I'm taking this very seriously, as you can tell. Bish, 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 bish. This is immersion. Gig at you of all people. Yeah, that sounds about right, Darkrai. Obviously, that doesn't really translate linearly to the modern system, but yeah. Okay, so enemies do have more health. There's more enemies, so that's two aspects of padding. And hazards do more damage to you, like terrain hazards. That's what difficulty changes. Eh. Yeah, I think that's only one negative, but eh. Okay, so we're gonna crank that down then, because screw that. Maybe to casual. EA, challenge everything. It's in the game. BioWare sucks. Sorry.
Every great moment in our history
Yeah,
began with a dream.
Oh god, is it not skippable? Oh my god, is it not skippable? I can skip cutscenes in Mass Effect 1.
Was achieved by those willing to do anything to attain it. We are, all of us, leaving behind families, homes, the very birthplace of our species.
Okay, well, unskippable cutscenes.
A new start.
Blah, blah, blah. We're not even watching this for real. Go away, go away. Wow. Okay. I was gonna say something. I'm tired. I'm always tired. There's this insane concept called a good night's rest. I'm sure you've never heard of it. Yep, cutscene keeps going while tabbed, but the sound mutes. Yep, yep, yep. Cool. Did I skip yet? Nope. Okay, cool. I'm just gonna do this. We're actually playing another generation game soon. Colony Ship? I think it's exclamation mark next really quick, please. But I'm pretty sure it's Colony Ship. One of the things that I found most interesting about the premise of Colony Ship, or whatever it's called, where is it? Yeah, it is Colony Ship. Right? It's 2 games from now. Is that... Oh, hang on. Can we skip? Nope. Okay. The thing is the idea of resentment, right? Hear me out for a second. So you've decided to go ahead and travel across the stars. It's a generational trip, and you know that. You've signed up for this, right? You know what you're getting into. You have chosen this. Congratulations. Then you have children, and you grow old, and you die. Your children didn't choose that. Their children didn't choose that. Yeah, exactly, Brown Jacker. It's one of those interesting concepts about generation ships, because most science fiction that I know doesn't even touch on that. It's just, yes, we have inherited our mission. But yeah, exactly. It literally removes choice from some of the people in question. Basically, all of the people actually get there, too. And they mentioned that right in the premise of the Colony Ship game, is that some people just don't give a crap. They were born on this stupid ship, and they'll die on this stupid ship. And that's the worst thing, too. They also mention, so, I mean, that's true, Lord Harriman, but hear me out for a second. So, you've got the people who chose, right? And then you've got the people who get to land there. How about everyone in the middle?
100 years.
Right. Can you make it somewhere tropical?
How about the selection process?
Sarah Ryder, let's get you...
After discovering that...
Oh my god, look at her face! Oh my god.
Makes it sound so easy, doesn't it?
I hope not. I signed up for a little adventure before we settle down.
Oh my god. Alright, anyways, I just want to see her dad. Where's her freaking dad?
Sam.
Yes, Dr. Tapero. Good morning, Sarah. Are you feeling well?
God damn it, where's our freaking dad?
Just hang on. Engineering, report.
Try to brace yourself.
Gravity cryobase offline.
Careful of the syringe.
I'm almost inside. Hold on.
Is he really not going to be here for a minute? Come on, game. You're robbing me.
This is Cora. I'm at the cryo bay. Brace for a reset.
That's a good question, actually, DZ Maven.
What's wrong? I don't know. Have to check it out.
Zero G before.
Fine. Hang on. If it's gonna... I can't even save. If it's gonna be a minute, let's just stop. Game. Next main menu. Yes. Fine. I just wanted to see the frickin' dad. I'm all sad now. Hang on, let's build shaders. Yeah, so you ever want to know what kind of game this is in like one quick second? There's two things. Okay, first I had to build shaders for the menu. And the second thing, can you see my mouse on the screen? You probably can't. Hang on. Nope. Okay. So look at the white glare on the left of the planet, okay? And then slowly come down the curvature to where the planet meets the ring, okay? Do you see that? Now here's the deal. You're probably thinking, okay, and it's kind of hard to tell here. It's easier when it's zoomed in, but those rings go in front of the planet. Like, they curve around how they should go, you know, around the planet, but they actually go to here. And they curve right to here because someone just clomped that on top of the planet and didn't orient it properly. Something that basically 100% of the people who play this game will see, that the QA testers probably had a bajillion like chances to catch that. It's right there. And that's Mass Effect Andromeda in a nutshell. Right there. It's not as bad as Anthem, but that says a lot about the lack of polish. When the camera zooms in just a second, you'll see it a lot easier, okay? Here, check this out. Watch the rings. Do you see that right there? Yeah. Building shaders to get to the character creation. Okay, so we're going to use default Rider because it's the only decent one. So training. Not that this matters much because we're going to have some actually good build systems in this game. But for starters, oh, I don't know. Lack of polish. I feel bad for the developers of this game. Not the first time I've said that, and unfortunately, probably not the last. We'll just go security, whatever. Name, it doesn't matter. Customize twin, don't care. Customize history. Shepard. There's our history. Shepard was female. Okay. Yeah, no. Ain't that the truth, Magister? Lack of polish. When making money is more important than making a good game, what you get is things like Star Wars Outlaws. I'll go for the easy shot there.
Every great moment in our history began with a dream. Each bold leap forward was achieved by those willing to do anything to attain it. We are, all of us, leaving behind families, homes, the very birthplace of our species. Some for discovery, to see the unknown. Others for a new start. But today, whatever our reasons, we take the first steps toward a new future for humanity. Today, we begin to make our dream reality.
As funded by Cerberus. In the year 2185, humanity lives in a golden era of interstellar travel. Our discovery of ancient alien ruins on Mars propelled our understanding of science and technology ahead by thousands of years, by piggybacking on the Protheans. Technically the Reapers. While many of us enjoy the newfound freedom and challenges of exploration of the Milky Way, others look to even more distant stars. For the 100,000 adventurers embarking on this one-way future, the future begins in Andromeda. Roll credits. So this starts before Mass Effect 3, Kraken's on. This ship leaves before the Reapers showed up. And then 634 years later, we get to Andromeda. So it's been a minute. This is something a lot of us called, if you remember. The way you continue the Mass Effect series after 3 is you completely bypass, you know, the endings. Just completely invalidate them. 6 centuries in the future in another galaxy is a hell of a way to invalidate the endings of Mass Effect 3. Yeah, the Reapers might have won. Maybe they picked the Destroy ending. We don't know. We'll never know. Yeah, that's actually a good question. What was the range of synthesis? And did we get out of range before it hit us? Did we get out of range of Destroy before it hit us? Neither, Warp Core. This is what we call a soft reboot. It's not a hard reboot because this is still canon with Mass Effect, and it's still part of the Mass Effect setting. But this is what we call a soft reboot, aka the events of the previous games effectively do not matter. Fresh start. Boop.
We made it.
Deep breaths. You're gonna want to take it easy.
I've been taking it easy for 600 years.
Ryder, Sarah, Recon Specialist, Pathfinder Mission Team.
Pathfinder team, eh? The ones finding us a home.
Can you make it somewhere tropical? Nice, warm ocean, summer year-round?
How about we get her a cup of coffee first?
Yeah, the past still happened. Remember, this happens after Mass Effect 1 and 2. We did it! We found a tropical paradise.
The Andromeda Initiative evaluate thousands of potential habitable planets within the galaxy.
Sarah Ryder, let's get you checked out.
Yeah, summer year-round sounds like hell to me.
After discovering an unusually high ratio of potential candidates, or golden worlds, the Helios cluster was selected as our destination. Now you are a part of the first wave of ARCs arriving in Andromeda, our new home for humanity.
Makes it sound so easy, doesn't it?
I mean, okay. I have two questions. First, what do I put in my hair to make it stick out like a chunk of plastic like that? Second of all, I don't want to be harsh, but, like, this is really bad writing, isn't it? It's kind of awkward, forced, unnatural dialogue. We're like 5 lines in. We're literally having exposition by television, which is a really, really common trend, especially in movies specifically. New home for humanity. Hey, lady. I mean, she has a British accent, so maybe she lived on Earth. I don't know. Nah, it's fine, Hazardous. It's fine. Everything's fine. 600 years. My Ford still works after 600 years. What's the problem? All right. I'm going to jot down some notes really quick here. Just really quick. Not actually giving any negatives yet. How fast were they going? That's actually a good question. I'll give them credit. It didn't take them 1,000 years to get here, or 500 years, or 10 years, or some other big, obvious, dumb number that makes no sense. It took them 634. I'll actually give them that. It's very rare that writers acknowledge that years exist that are not a multiple of 10. So, here's the question. How far away is the Andromeda Galaxy? Divide that by 634, and that's how fast we were going. Anyways.
I hope not. I signed up for a little adventure before we settle down.
Well, buckle up. Sounds like you'll get your wish.
Yeah?
Over here now, the Pathfinder wants you all on your feet right away. He said mission ready within the hour.
Any idea why?
No, but I'm guessing that's where your adventure comes in. Okay, everything checks out. Just one more thing before I send you on your way. Let's test your SAM implant. Sam, are you monitoring? Sam, are you online?
Yes, Dr. Tapero. Good morning, Sarah. Are you feeling well?
I feel like a 600-year-old popsicle. I hope we packed more coffee.
Readings confirmed. Based on the levels of adenosine in your system, the neural implant is functioning properly.
Wait, adeno what?
It just means you're still shaking off your nap. No reason why we can't get you on your way. Though you may want to hang around while we revive your brother. It always helps to see a familiar face.
I don't like the sound of that.
So, speaking of bad story, how did no one see this coming? And then how did no one dodge it? I don't know if you know this, but there's this thing called space. Space is really, really big. Like, it's actually hard to run into something in space. It takes real work and effort to run into something in space.
Engineering, report.
Try to brace yourself.
Gravity cryobase offline.
Careful of the
I'm almost to
syringe.
the side. Hold on. This is Cora. I'm at the cryo bay. Brace for a reset. Everyone okay?
I think so.
What happened?
We're not sure. Sensors are scrambled. But it's good to see you're up. Feels like centuries since we spoke.
This is the Pathfinder. Mission teams continue preparations. Cora, Riders, report to the bridge.
You heard him. Let's get...
We have a problem over here. It's Scott Ryder.
He's dead. Da-na-na-na. Okay, hold on. Pause. 11 light years a day. That's actually about right for non-relay travel. Yeah, pretty much, Brown Jagger. All right. Oh, I have no idea, Ben One Eye. I literally can't save.
What's wrong?
I don't know. Have to check it out. Sarah.
Is my brother okay?
No, he's dead.
Scott's fine. His vitals are strong, but the revival procedure was interrupted.
When can he wake up?
We don't want to rush it. Sam?
My connection to Scott's implant was suspended. However, his pulse, respiration, and brain activity are all normal.
To be on the safe side, we'll need to keep him in a low-level coma for a while. Then let his body regain consciousness naturally. He'll be fine.
Glad to hear it.
Thanks, Lexi. Keep us updated.
Ryder, I'll wait for you at the door, whenever you're ready to go.
Listen, Rax. The sun is exploding. So, while you're out, could you get me an extra donut from the shop? I would like that in my final moments on this earth.
You ready?
What's wrong?
Okay, I'm sorry. Is it just me? Am I stupid? Is that what this is? They want the ship is having trouble and is having malfunctions thing, right? You wake up and there's a disaster happening. It's a very classic trope. It's a good way to immediately get the player into something and get them right into the action. We know this because they did the exact same thing in KOTOR 1 and Mass Effect 1 and Mass Effect 2. So it's a common trope, even just in BioWare. I'm with it. I mean, hell, Neverwinter Nights 1 kind of dealt with this as well, if you're thinking about it. So, oh my gosh, you know, disaster that we have to deal with and prove our worth and man up, and then we become the PC. Okay, cool, I'm with that. Am I the only one bothered that none of this makes any sense? that they have not put any thought into what or why or how? Oh yeah, Jade Empire too. I forgot about that one, but you're right. I was forgetting about Jade Empire. Like just to kind of get across the idea here. So let's say you wanted the ship to be like falling apart. Oh my god. Okay, so it's been a 634-year journey. End statement. Right? Nothing else is necessary for that. Like if this
Whatever hit the arc fried everything. We have to balance the power load or it could explode.
But we don't know where the fault is.
Ryder could find it. She has a scanner. Quick, Ryder, use it to locate the fault.
You got it.
I'll try to get readings on the second conduit.
Wom, 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 wom. Sorry.
There's no indication of a fault. Relay 2C shows damage from a temperature spike.
Found it! That relay!
Ryder, can you go reset it?
Ramirez, do everything.
There! It's reset!
Do it.
I get it. It's because we're connected to the AI. Although that just makes me wonder why the AI can't do some of this, but whatever.
Thank God. Could have been the end of everyone in the cryo bay.
Yeah, that's another thing. Like, why do we have to have... We just saved hundreds of thousands, excuse me, tens of thousands of lives right there.
We're using duct tape and rubber bands here.
You didn't need to... Okay. Yeah, I was going to say everyone's connected to the AI, first of all. You're absolutely right, Brown Jacket. But second of all... It's just me, isn't it? It's just me. Like you wake me up and you're like, you've got to save thousands of lives, and my first reaction is, oh, okay. Immediate deinvestment. And yeah, where's our maintenance robots? Surely someone's been upkeeping the ship, right? Oh, hey, I think that's the crap we just ran into. Hi, Cora. I don't mind her actress, by the way. Although the acting in general, right now I've jotted down a voice direction negative, because by memory the voice direction kind of sucks. The voice acting, we'll see about that. And the facial animations. Oh my god. Okay. Sorry, for anybody who knows me, let's ignore the memes for just a second, okay? Let's ignore the memes. Let's ignore the face is tired. Anybody who knows me knows that I generally don't care about lip flaps. Not really. They have to be really bad for me to even notice lip flaps, right? I'm used to Warcraft 3. Right? Like, it doesn't really matter to me unless they are particularly bad. And I have already noticed how bad they are. I am confused by this.
That was close. Barely in Andromeda, and we're already scrambling.
The adventure begins.
Not sure your dad'll see it that way. Go ahead and take us to the bridge.
You know what I should have done? I should have made our brother the Botox guy. I should have made the brother the Botox guy. Is he okay? Oh god, what's wrong with his face?
Flight controls aren't responding.
First priority is stopping these outages.
Mainline power's been knocked out. We're on reserves, Captain. They won't last.
What's our position?
Unknown. We lost telemetry.
Sam, we need eyes out there.
Attempting to adjust sensor array.
Alec, please. You may be Pathfinder, but this is my ship.
Captain, the protocol's clear. In the absence of communication with the Nexus or the other arcs, we proceed to our appointed Golden World. Solid ground.
If it's even out there. Nobody said anything about running into an energy cloud, and that's just a wild guess what we hit. Alec, I need to assess the damage. Stop the bleeding. We've got 20,000 people asleep on this ship. Let's give them a chance to wake up.
Can you blame her?
She is the captain. I think she gets the final word.
Well, he might.
This isn't about having the final word.
Yes, sir.
We're coming through. My God.
It's...
Is that our Golden World?
That's Habitat 7. New Earth, if we're lucky. All of our long-range scans told us it was in the green zone. Perfect for human settlement.
It doesn't even look the same.
She's right. It looks pretty dicey from here. Are we sure about those scans?
It's a good question.
Things can change. It's been 600 years. Sam.
The energy from the phenomenon is damping our senses. Planetary conditions are unknown.
We're marooned. 20,000 souls adrift at sea. And when the power runs out, and stays out, we need to know if that's safe harbor.
And if it's not?
As Pathfinder, it'll be my job to find an alternative. It's what we trained for. But if this goes well, we're already home.
All right, just make it quick.
Harper, the rest of the team should be awake by now. Have them spin up 2 shuttles. Planet Fallen 30.
Yes, sir.
A stubborn one, isn't he?
Stubborn runs in the family. Guess I rubbed off on him.
Just as long as he knows what he's doing. It's not like the cavalry's coming to save the day. I need an ETA on our sensor repairs. We're blind out here.
My brother's going to hate that he missed this.
Are all the riders adrenaline junkies?
I guess it's in our blood.
Credit where credit is due. I like the armor.
I never let him forget it.
Don't worry. I'm sure Scott will pull through.
Yeah, and when he does, he'll want to hear stories.
So, let's get out there and find him one. Right, you'll want to get your helmet. And maybe stop at the Good Luck Rock before we go.
The what?
It's an old superstition of your dad's.
Yeah, no, this is actually surprisingly decent space armor. I'm kind of with it. I have seen much worse, including in this very franchise.
Got it.
That should do it.
The Pathfinder is now requiring sidearms. I've opened the armaments locker.
In the event any member of the Pathfinder team encounters intelligent alien life, it is imperative the first contact protocol be strictly observed. The Andromeda Initiative holds the principles of peace and cooperation among our highest ideals. Aggressive action against extraterrestrials is only permitted when hostile intent is clearly demonstrated, and the Pathfinder team members are at obvious risk of injury or death. Well, this isn't the kind of thing you'd see a medieval knight wearing, for example. Billikellic.
Arm yourself, Ryder.
But it's actually easy to answer that. Multiple pieces looks a little bit more like plastic than it does like metal. It's got glowy bits. Generally speaking, sci-fi armor looks a little bit more machine, a little bit less chunks of metal, right? That's really, really, really generic. Like that's a super zoomed out perspective, but that is a good way to look at that just at a glance. Yeah, power armor kind of a thing, or something that looks like a suit, an EV suit, environmental suit, stuff like that.
Please report in as soon as possible.
Better safe than sorry.
No. Now let's get to the shuttles.
As a member of the Pathfinder team, you play a critical role in the Andromeda Initiative's efforts to establish a foothold in the new galaxy. Golden World site verification, reconnaissance and mapping of unknown territories, planetary and celestial. Scientific analysis and discovery of new phenomena. Potential first contact with extraterrestrials. If you know what I mean. Establishing diplomatic relations with local inhabitants. If you know what I mean. And general support of settlement outposts. If you...
Looks like Dad's already suited up. Hang in there, Scott.
Scott's dead.
Better not. No bathroom breaks on this trip.
This is the captain. I
Oh, so just another boring day at the office, huh?
This is what the Pathfinder team's all about. We're going to see a planet no humans ever set foot on.
I know what you mean. I always wondered what it was like when explorers crossed the ocean. Nothing but stars and dead reckoning to guide them.
And a map that said, "Here be dragons."
Well, if they made it, we can too. And maybe see a dragon along the way.
Never know. Let's keep an eye out.
And our distance.
On that note, time to get to the shuttle.
Dr. Carlyle, with everything going on, I think the Ark needs you more than we do.
Pathfinder wants a medic on hand. And if that is home down there, I'm happy to knock on the door.
It's what we hope it is. It'll be one for the history books. You got a quote ready? One small step.
I'm pretty sure your dad will handle that honor.
All right, team, button it up. We leave in 5.
Sir, we broke out the weapons as requested. Anything we should know about?
Seem prudent, given the situation. We'll be down a man with Scott out. I heard what happened. Your brother's strong. He'll make it.
Also, our dad is apparently N7. So, well, did you see that? Was that me? Oh god, now I'm doubting my own eyes. Did anyone else see that flicker of something? It's okay, nobody else is actually paying attention, they're just listening. It's not repeating, whatever it was. Alright, whatever.
You better. 600-year nap and he oversleeps.
You know him. Never was an early riser. Just don't let it get to you. I need you sharp.
Yes, sir.
Your mom would have been proud of both of you.
I did, Zach did. I have no opinion on the matter, which is why I haven't said anything.
Okay, team, listen up. I chose each of you for the Pathfinder team, not just because you're talented and passionate, but because you're dreamers, like me. We dream of exploring the unknown, of finding the edge of the map, and then discovering what lies beyond. When people look back on this, and they will, they'll remember we didn't give up. That we kept dreaming, that our first few faltering steps in Andromeda were the beginning of everything they know. We only get one chance to be first. So, let's go make history.
Been waiting 600 years for this.
No, you haven't. I'm sorry, I know that's Clancy Brown, but I even just double-checked myself, because he just sounds off. Is that just me? God, I'm gonna be saying that a lot, aren't I?
This is Shuttle 1, switching to manual guidance.
Shuttle 2, taking your lead.
Good luck, Pathfinder team.
Turning to Vector 135.
Copy that. We're on point.
Wow, will you look at that?
Whatever it is, it stopped the Hyperion in its tracks.
It appears to be an unstable mass of dark energy.
If you say so.
Steer clear of it.
Okay, pause.
Gravity
Never mind,
anomalies
skip.
detected.
See if I can even it out. My stomach would appreciate that. We're clear. Accelerating to cruising speed.
Ryder, we didn't have a chance to meet back in the Milky Way. Name's Liam Costa, security and response specialist.
Good to meet you, Liam.
Hard to believe we're finally doing this.
Sure beats reading the brochures.
Beginning our deceleration. Planet's dead ahead.
The Femrider here is voiced by Frida Wolf. I've actually seen a lot of her, but nothing really major. Like, she was the main villain of Bloodstain. She's a bunch of characters. She's someone named the Collector in the Owl House. I'm not sure who that is. She's a bunch of characters in Rift Apart, Ratchet and Clank.
Holy.
Shuttle 2, are you seeing this?
Copy that. Doesn't look like a golden world from here.
Ionization levels are rising.
Stay on course to the landing zone.
Oxygen levels are below minimum human requirements.
She plays a lot of, you know, female soldier, or female scorched, or
The mountains are floating.
female unit. She's actually the default female unit in XCOM 2, for example. Yes, Ross. I guess you know who that is, because I have no idea who that is, obviously.
We've got evidence of an alien civilization.
Has anyone
She plays Anand in Fire Emblem. I'm not sure who that is either.
We stick to contact protocol. No use of deadly force unless hostile intent is clear.
Female guard, Fallout. Oh, we're in a helicopter. That explains everything. And Liam's dead. Okay, this is Anthem. We've got our jetpack.
Increasing.
No kidding!
Your jump jet is malfunctioning.
Get it working!
Approaching terminal velocity.
Sam!
And we're dead. How did we survive that? At approaching terminal velocity? How did something break the glass on our helmet and not every bone in our body? We should be gelatin. Okay, hear me out for just a second. I still can't pause. I can't skip and I can't pause.
Hyperion! Sam! Anyone there?
Save your breath, Ryder. Sam's offline. Comlink's trashed.
And how are we talking to each other?
I'm surprised we aren't too.
Did the others make it?
I don't know. It was all a blur. Shuttle split in two. This is like some nightmare.
Yeah. No way this is home.
I hated that line from the trailer.
Looks like we're gonna find some...
I'm not gonna hold that against the game, but you remember the trailers for Andromeda? They were really, really bad. Like, really, really bad trailers. And you know me, I tend to be anti-trailer in general. But, wow, they did not put me in a good mood for that game. The game wasn't as bad as the trailers made it out to be, but woof. Okay, so... One moment, please. Jot down some notes. God. Oh, it was actually worse, unironically, Blade of all. No way, this is home. If you ever hear me say, I am Archon, that's what I'm making fun of, is that stupid trailer. Ah. Right. Sorry, let me catch up my thoughts here. Give me a second. No way this is home, Blade Chaval. Okay, Yep, that's right. It's time to kill Archon.
Ryder, how's your survival training?
I've seen my share of troubles. Nothing crazy, but...
Well, crazy just found us. Those rocks out there are floating.
Terra Incognita.
Are you sure? Are you sure that those rocks are floating?
Some of these plants look like tentacles. Is the water here even water?
Okay, guys. You live in a galaxy which has had interstellar flight for millennia. You've encountered alien life forms and have settled... Like in Mass Effect 1, y'all tried to settle that frickin' planet with the... I forget what it's called, the giant plant thing. What is Mirstar? Wait, hang on. Where's this rock that's floating? I don't see a rock that's floating, as Mirstar. Do you see... Guys?
Those structures we saw on the way in? Who could survive in a place like this?
Yeah, our ship literally has aliens on board. This is nothing. The Thorian, thank you. Like, okay, I've seen places... Okay, ignore the floating rocks for a second. I've seen places worse and less hospitable looking than this in real life. Physically, in person, I have been to places worse than this in real life.
No fixing this. Must have broken on impact.
Explains why we lost our SAM connection.
Now, see, that's when I make a joke and say, you know, I've been to Cleveland, but no, no joke. I actually meant that sincerely.
And safety tip? Don't breathe the air. Found that out the hard way.
Got it.
I have been to L.A. I've been to LAX. Much worse.
You think that energy cloud we saw could cause all this?
Sam said it's dark energy, but that's in space.
Yeah, hell of a cloud.
A cloud that makes boulders float.
What the hell is this?
Come on! We gotta get through it!
This is crazy!
Welcome to Habitat 7!
Oh yeah, so to be positive for just a second. The jump pack. It'll get better later, but... It's funny how the jump pack functionally is just, you know, an extended jump button. But they do some good stuff with it to make it intuitive and actually add to the navigation, right?
Real? What the hell's going on with this place?
Planet's trying to murder us.
It can try.
Like, it controls very smoothly, legitimately. So I'll jot down something for that. We also got our HUD, which is not showing up now. So that's cool.
How's your gun? Might want to see if it's working. Take a shot at that fuel cell. It's busted anyway.
So yeah, health, party members, special ability, ammo, current ammo, max ammo. Ooh.
I'd say it's working!
Of course, we're using the correct ammo, because this is based on Mass Effect 2.
There! We get up that cliff, we find high ground. Come on!
Not sure we want to be the tallest thing around here.
I think I can see a path up. We'll use the jump jets if we have to.
Into the breach!
Think I'd rather fall than get hit by lightning.
Give it a minute. We can probably do... How'd my dad find you?
I was a cop, then crisis response.
Yeah?
Tell you over a beer sometime.
This is our jump tutorial, if it's not obvious. And yeah, we do have a bit of a ledge grabbing, as you can see there.
I think I see the top.
Mind making some room? Thanks. What the hell is that?
I'll just shoot him in the back on the way down as Master.
It's not a hotel, that's for sure. Nothing around here makes any sense.
New galaxy, new ways to die.
Just not today.
No, it's blue instead of green, Giga.
Wait, look.
Hang on, I think these might be the bad guys.
Shit. What was first contact protocol again?
No deadly force unless fired upon.
Yeah, said no one in the field ever. How do we handle it?
Just be ready if this goes south.
It usually does. Just say the word and I go hot.
They haven't spotted us yet.
I'm hurt! I need... You help me. I know. Wait.
Okay, it's over.
Fisher, you okay? I'll live. I thought I was a goner. I knew they weren't the friendly sort.
Yeah, we totally tried to be friendly with them.
We did our best. Not like they gave us much of a choice.
They didn't. So we reload and put it behind us. We still don't even know what they wanted. Nothing good the way they were armed.
Yeah, fun fact, to this day, we don't really know what their whole deal is. I'm just gonna spoil that. The main villains?
Who says we'd even understand? Or they'd understand us?
It's a new galaxy. I guess it's too much to expect they'll play by Milky Way rules.
Or any rules by the look of them. But what did we do to them? Only thing I know for sure, their guns hit just as hard as ours.
Well, yeah, we've got a cop in our party, Bella Kelly.
Where are the others?
Gone. Kirkland and Greer went looking for help.
Come on.
Ah, my leg!
Oh yeah, and spoilers, these aren't like the local bandits or pirates. These are the main villains of this game.
Broken. You guys push ahead and look for the others.
Like,
Sure.
Yeah. Just find us a ride out of here. And take a few more of them out while you're at it.
just to be really clear about this for a second. I want you to imagine that at the very, very beginning of Mass Effect 1, you land on the planet, and the very first enemy you face isn't the Geth, it's actually a Reaper. Like... Okay, hang on. The moment I thought about that, that actually sounds like a hilarious parody. You know, like you get down there and there's frickin' Jenkins and he rushes forward, right? And Jenkins rushes forward and then like one of the claws of a Reaper ship just smashes him and the nearby terrain. Just right into goop. And we look up and there's just this skyscraper-sized ship and it's like, oh no, take it down, take it down! And then your very, very first fight is against a Reaper, which you kill, of course, because it's a tutorial fight.
Whoa. Take a look at these bodies. What are these things?
Humanoid. Why are you... You live in Mass Effect! You have the jellyfish people, and you're weirded out by these guys?
Well, I don't have Sam here, but I can try to make sense of it. They're DNA-based, and their armor reads as some kind of bone, but the genetics are all over the map.
Ah. I guess life took a different turn here, huh? I hope the other team's okay.
We'll find them, but we might want to scout around first.
That's even better. Alright, listen. Loktar, welcome to Duratar. For your first quest, I need you to go collect some candied apple surprises. So you go to collect the candies, and there's this weird disturbance. You look up, and Sargeras is right there. Just hanging out. Yeah, sup?
You're the recon specialist. Point the way.
Right.
Hold on. Yeah, I was going to say, Star Trek Online did actually make more or less this exact mistake. For those of you not aware, the very, very first enemies you fight in Star Trek Online are the Borg. No, you heard me right. And I blasted it there, too. That's worse than this, honestly, but still. Loktar. Ah! Yeah, we get to Ponyville, and just all of the sudden, Queen Chrysalis is attacking Ponyville in episode 1. I'm done. I'm done. Yeah, you get off the carriage off of Ulda, and yeah, there's them at Selk, and Elidibus, and oh god, I can't think of the other guy's name, and they're all just like, all right, let's go. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Oh my god. Can you make that legitimately work? Well, I mean, it depends on the scale of your main villain. Some games, actually, some movies like to pull this log, have you face the main villain right out of the gate, right? And then they let you live because they're stupid, and then you move on, right? That's actually something that's happened semi-frequently. In this case, I could see them doing something like this. I could see this working. It's just, I don't know. This game sucks. I don't know what you want from me, okay? I'm trying to have a little bit of fun with it. If you want, I could get a lot more boring, and this stream would get a lot less interesting very quickly. I can just point out every negative I've already given. You'll notice those numbers are just kind of climbing up there as we scooch along here. Like, I don't mind the main villain having early presence. Kefka. For those of you not aware, Kefka is quite literally the first character you see in all of FF6. That's not a joke. Very, 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 very first character in the whole game is Kefka. It can work if you do it right. I mean, anything can work if you do it right. That's how that works. Yeah, Saren shows up very, very early in Mass Effect 1, too, for that matter. Also, the collectors kind of do in Mass Effect 2, but not really. I would say you don't really meet the actual villain, which is Harbinger, for a bit in Mass Effect 2. Sephiroth does show up pretty early in FF7 as well, although they take a different approach to that as well. Loghain, Dragon Age Origins, it's another good example. We see... oh god, I can't think of his name. Darth Malak, relatively early on as well in KOTOR 1. You get it. There are ways to make this kind of thing work.
Spent time with an Alliance peacekeeping force.
It's the breach. Okay, hold up. I get that it's a combat game. I do. Because I've already played through this game, and because, that's true, first of all. We don't know that! One of my biggest problems with this game is the villainous force. I don't remember what they're called. The Ket, I think? Something like that. They're bad. Like, they're so bad. Oh my god. They are the most boring, generic villains ever. And the Archon has nothing. There's nothing interesting about the Archon whatsoever. Now, don't mistake me, even their name is kind of boring. Don't mistake me. A generic-y background villain can work if you have something more interesting in front of it. Yeah, like the Darkspawn. As I've mentioned a few times, the Darkspawn are fairly generic villains. Like, they're basically orcs, right? What makes the Darkspawn interesting, or more accurately, what the Darkspawn make more interesting, is all the villains in front of the Darkspawn. Remember, we meet a bunch of villains across Dragon Age Origins. Dozens of them. Most of them are usually much more zoomed in, like a regional thing, or even just for one zone or one quest arc. And of course, we got the big ones like Rendon Howe and Loghain, and arguably frickin' Bellin, right? So that works. It works because of that contrast. It works because we have more fleshed out, more interesting characters in front of them. And yeah, obviously, the Darkspawn are very horrifying too, but you get the point. The Ket could have been a similar thing if they wanted to go that route, but they don't do anything with the Ket. They're just there. And I'm not the only person I know who has thought that maybe don't have a big villain for your first entry into what is effectively a soft reboot of your franchise. Right? Like, don't have the Ket at all. Or at absolute most, have the Ket be something that's hinted at a few times, right? Something that maybe every now and again you meet one Ket patrol or one Ket, like, scout. And it's like, what the hell was that? I don't know. We keep meeting those guys, but we're not sure what they are. And that's it, right? I know, it's a video game and you have to have a final boss. But the point remains that having them be the central driver of the plot was probably not actually the correct call. Oops, I turned around again. Yeah, Ross. Like, again, there's plenty of ways you could do something like this. Gotta have a final boss in Wolfenstein. Otherwise, it'll be Mass Effect 1. Hey-o!
They shot him!
Game.
They want to fight? We'll give it to them!
Yeah, these are mooks that exist to be shot at. That's their point and purpose of existence. I'm actually curious of something. Oh yeah, we can turn the difficulty down. Interesting. Okay. It's actually on normal right now. Oh no, they're hostile for some reason.
Okay, now this is weird. Even with these readings, I have no idea what it does. I've seen Prothean artifacts in my time, but nothing quite like this. It's at least 3 or 4 centuries old.
The Ark's left 600 years ago, right?
Yeah, our long-range scans wouldn't have shown this. These structures, that tower. Maybe none of it was here when we left the Milky Way.
That's a good question. When did Andromeda come out?
No vital signs, just shot him in cold blood.
He was trying to surrender. Why kill him?
Would we treat them any different if they showed up on Earth, armed to the teeth?
Yes.
Maybe not.
Peace isn't going to be an option here.
I mean, she's right, but, like, that is a hell of an assumptive leap, isn't it?
We'll come back for his body once we find the others.
Like, seriously, that's what you're jumping to is... Like, okay, let me explain why this is bad writing. When you have a character flat out state something to the audience with the intent to convey something to the audience and nothing else, what you've done is you've stopped having characters who are saying dialogue in a story, and you have the author speaking to the player or reader or viewer. Because that's what just happened right there. That's what that was. That was, hey, don't worry, these are stormtroopers. Or Nazis, or zombies. These are acceptable targets. Don't worry about it. Now, I've played this game, so I can tell you, yeah, the Ket are acceptable targets. They're just mooks to be shot. But that's it. The game tells us, right out the gate, hey, these are things you can shoot at. Don't worry about it.
Still, take a look at this architecture. Shit, you hear that? What the hell's that? Damn, watch out! What is this thing?
I think it wants to eat us!
Okay, it's dead.
Whatever it was.
How'd it cloak like that?
Oh god, I don't know how to put away my gun.
Hey look, flare's going up, over there.
Could be our people. I'll mark the nav point. What do you suppose is down there?
New and painful.
Nope, that's H.
For ways to die.
Maybe we could jump jet our way across.
Is that sound coming from below?
Alien gods of the underworld?
Don't say that.
I think it's machinery. You can feel the vibration.
The scale of this. Who built it?
Alien gods.
You've literally been on the Citadel.
Hope the other shuttle didn't crash down here. Ryder, more of those aliens ahead. They see us!
Oh yeah, good to know the Avenger is still the crappiest gum in the universe. Oh, I hate the Avenger.
Look out! They're using those animals!
Careful! They're cloaking!
This is for Kirkland!
I mean, the brand isn't that good, but like...
Don't worry about me!
Just for a bit of perspective, this is the recoil on this. I'm not going to adjust for recoil, okay? Ready? That's a good point. Good guys don't sneak around, Darkrai. That's why the Federation never used cloaks.
That did it! Oh, you're pretty good at this, Ryder.
I was with the team that dug up Prothean artifacts.
Well, this will be a field day for you.
Wonder what these guys were doing here.
Crash of some kind. It's not one of our ships.
It's food, I think.
Can't be local. Not growing anything on this planet.
So maybe they're
He says immediately next to several plants.
More of them in the cluster? Not loving that.
And mushrooms, which are edible. Just ask the Enderzy.
Sort of cave over there. Path up on the left.
You realize I have eyes, right? Do you realize that? Maybe he doesn't. Hell, everyone in Hallowfall eats mostly mushrooms and fish.
You hear that?
Yeah, radio static. But like a pattern.
I mean, he is a cop, Kennex Cow.
Whatever's causing that, it's a lot closer. Some sort of...
That static's getting louder. This place is taking a beating from the storms.
along with everything else on this planet. Well, let's hope no one's home.
Doesn't look like a home at all.
What about the... Okay. I'm gonna add a separate negative for banter. I take back everything bad I said about the dialogue in Stranger of Paradise. God damn.
Yeah, no one's living here.
So what's it for?
Doesn't look like the other structures we've seen. Different design. Must be a way to get some lights on.
Blade Troll's correct. I don't take that back. But, Jesus. I do like the fact that you can break down or loot, and loot all on the spot. Good quality of life feature. I'll go jot that down really quick. Yeah, remember, we're not just professional space explorers. We're like the elite of the elite. We're part of the Pathfinder team. And I'm just going to spell this for you. Pathfinder means adventurer here. Like, that's what they mean. You know what I mean, right? Like, every setting has some kind of term where they mean adventurer. Whether you're a guardian, or you're an outlier, or a specter, or explorer, or an Angari, or whatever. They mean adventure. That's what we are.
Huh. What's all this about?
Nothing.
Yeah, by the way, anyone notice that shadow on the wall? Because that's coming from my gun. Do you see that? Why? Yeah, Grave Wardens. That's another. Yeah, like, just why? Yeah, it's like the outline of the gun is there. Now, here's the funny part. Do you see where the shadow is? Like, it's way over there to the right, huh? So that's where I'm shooting. But the shadow's over there?
What are you doing, Ryder?
Being an idiot, apparently.
That can't be good. Oh.
It's a generator.
Yeah, sure. Why wouldn't it be?
Maybe it did something.
You mean like turning on the lights? Are you stupid? Do you have a functioning brain? Do you have eyes?
Same language as those aliens. Wonder what he's saying.
Kill all humans, probably?
Whoa. Guess the circuit overloaded.
Even the equipment's out to get us.
Weird.
If that's poison, I know who to blame.
Oh my gosh. It's Mirror Star. Look! There's rocks floating outside. This is kind of relaxing, you know. I haven't had a baseball bat game in a while.
Hey, that door opened.
It's not a fade breach. It's blue, Giga. God.
Some kind of research lab?
What?
What is it?
This?
It's a robot, you idiot.
So now killer robots too?
The Gets Back Home would love this place.
Yeah, pretty much, Darkstar. We're one of the most amazingly super ultra elites ever. What's funny is we're not just a Nepo baby. We're a Nepo baby who cheats. Because, you know, we've got the AI in us, which I'm not, by the way, spoilers, is actually in lore one of the reasons why we're super ridiculously powerful. We'll talk about this later because the game will showcase that once we get to our build section, but holy crap. So we're cheating, and we're cheating. We are the ultimate entitled jackasses.
Not exactly poetry, is it?
Sure you don't want to look around in here?
Like, I don't mind it when a fiction actually explains why the PC is the PC, why they're stronger than everyone else, why they can do stuff everyone else can't.
Weather's still crappy.
Heads up!
Oh no!
Oh, damn!
We got a lightning rod up and running! Are these things stalking us?
Starting to feel like it!
Hello.
Not how I go out!
I don't think they're listening!
Don't worry, I'll make you go out a different way.
Liam!
It's funny you say that, Melkor Blade. Oh no, Liam's dead. No, the cop's dead. Oh no, we're dead too. No. Well, let's see how our checkpointing is. So, yeah, Melkor Blade just referred to Guardians of the Galaxy tone. Let's actually explain what that means for a second. Where am I? Oh, wow. This was way back. No, yeah, it's Bathos. Guardians of the Galaxy tone is Bathos. Now, here's the deal. I'll just pause. Because this actually requires some explaining. A lot of people just call it the MCU thing, which is obviously reductive and doesn't really get across the nuance of the situation. So, and I've actually talked about this a lot. In fact, I've talked about this recently because I've covered a show called Dragon Prince, which in Season 4 has really bad MCU dialogue. But let's explain what that means for a second. So the MCU, what people mean when they say MCU dialogue is they mean Bathos. It's where nothing can really be taken properly seriously because everything is being subverted in terms of expected tone. Now, we presume that to mean joking, but it doesn't have to mean joking. It could be serious from silly, silly from serious, sad from happy, or happy from sad, or whatever, right? It doesn't matter. All that matters is that it is a flip from the intended and projected tone into something completely different. Now, as with most Bathos, that works best when it's done only occasionally, right? Like, very infrequently, like, oh my god, what's this? Oh, okay, it was just, I'm sneaking through the incredibly dark room, and I'm trying to find the horrible monster alien. Oh, it's just a kitten. Oh, thank God. And then we move on, right? That can work. And yes, that's a specific example. I don't remember which Aliens movie that is, but that's a thing. That's something that can happen. It works, that's fine. It's a very, 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 very old trope. The reason people say the MCU thing is because there's two problems that are running into each other when it comes to bathos in modern MCU stuff, which has been bleeding out into a lot of other fiction, including Dragon Prince Season 4, I might add. It's when they do, first, way too much of it. You can't take any scene seriously or any scene with the intended tone because you just know in the back of your mind they're going to screw it up, right? They're going to do something to kind of subvert it. And so you're just waiting for the subversion, at which point it's not a subversion. It's just the expected thing. And the moment you have effectively just started expecting dialogue to go a certain way is the moment it has become what we usually refer to as formulaic, and you stop being as invested in it, right? Now, even then, you can use repeated bathos properly. But in order to do that, you have to have something to contrast that. And I was actually just about to point that out. In Guardians of the Galaxy, which is actually what most people mean when they think of bathos, and is absolutely what popularized the bathos thing in the MCU stuff, Guardians of the Galaxy has very serious character moments. It has very dark moments of sacrifice and trauma, and all kinds of legitimate moments that are not, hey, wacky and silly, in order to then make those wacky and silly moments work. If they didn't have those moments, frankly, the Guardians films would not be nearly as good as they are. If it was just jokey, then we're done, right? And that's the end of it. And yes, obviously Joss Whedon is someone who's very, very well known for this, going as far back at least as Buffy, but obviously Firefly did this all over the place as well. Yeah, Guardians 2 had lots of very dark moments. I'm not going to spoil any of them, but if you've seen that film, you know what I mean. Yeah, the dance-off was set up basically perfectly, and is actually another good example of really good bathos. So a lot of things will apply it too much, and then the second thing that they do wrong is they don't know when and how to apply it. It's like, it's the hammer analogy, right? When all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. And so a lot of writers who have been pulling from the MCU thing, they think that bathos is a tool that they must use and apply because people liked it in Guardians of the Galaxy, people liked it in Buffy, people liked it in Firefly, people liked it in the Avengers, the first Avengers film. And so they're like, aha, let's do that, not understanding that a hammer exists to hammer things in or to pull nails out. And so they walk up to their microwave. I'm just going to carry this analogy for a second. They walk up to their microwave and they're like, oh no, the microwave isn't working. Wham, wham, wham. And it doesn't work because you're using the wrong tool in the wrong way at the wrong time for the wrong reason. That's the MCU problem right there. Is because they're using a tool, bathos, wrong. Just wrong. Oh, excuse me. And yeah, it is a bit of a modern MCU problem. And I will admit that it is one of several things that kind of pushed me out of the MCU. I liked Endgame. I unabashedly like Endgame. So I don't even want to hear it. But even by the time of Endgame, the MCU problem was starting to get worse. And the films that have come out after that have gotten a little bit even more worse about that. But again, the real problem is this has been seeping out into media as a whole because the MCU is extremely popular and, more importantly, makes a crap ton of money. So lots and lots of fiction has been trying to lean into that way too much. And it's just, whoa, okay. Which brings me to this. See, a lot of the dialogue here, someone earlier called it millennial humor. No. What this is this is trying to be relatable without any idea how to actually accomplish that. Almost all the dialogue in this game so far has been, very, how do you do, fellow kids? And every time something serious comes up, they try to subvert it. And every time something silly comes up, they try to subvert it. And so far, nothing has actually stuck tone at all. So far, I'd say approximately 100% of the dialogue has been completely subversive. Yeah, did that just happen? And that's another thing. It unrelated, but just while I'm complaining. One of the things, I understand completely, speaking as someone who has no faith in his own writing. And I'm a really good writer, but I have no faith in my own writing. I suck at writing. And so one of the things I run into the most when I'm writing is the urge, the desire to over-explain or to presume that someone isn't going to get it, or that I'm being too subtle, or that I'm not inferring enough, etc., right? And I have to fight against that, because if I don't, the result is dialogue like this crap, where everything is completely and constantly spelled out in the stupidest possible way for the audience. Because they either have no faith in themselves, their audience, or both. And yeah, I'm sorry. Sorry, you're probably wondering, how did all this prompt the bathos discussion? Let me set the scene for a second. We have just woken up from a 634-year journey into the total unknown. We arrive at our destination planet. It is surrounded by some kind of alien phenomenon and is not the planet we saw when we left to get here. We go down to explore, immediately lose our shuttle, and possibly lose some of our other people, including at least one confirmed death on camera right in front of us. We have encountered a hostile alien species, and we are desperate and afraid. Is this the time for millennial humor? Now, yeah, of course they do still do clips. To be clear, anybody who knows anyone military, and I actually have several military viewers who can back me up on this, knows that a lot of military personnel, when they're in a crisis situation, will tend to be a little bit macabre, is actually the tone I want to go for there, right? You know, I say, well, since I'm about to die in about 15 seconds, I just want to know, Johnson, I've always hated your cooking. You know, something like that, right? Yeah, gallows humor, right? But that's not what this is it? The tone here isn't gallows humor. The tone here isn't professionals under stress. The tone here isn't, you know, oh my God, we're freaking out. The tone here is a couple of kids who are kind of concerned because they think they saw a dead bunny. And that's the tone that this is pulling out. Yeah, it's just... Yeah, gallows humor can be great. Terrifying, when you really think about it, but great. Yeah, imagine if Jenkins just got blasted and he was like, well, okay, I guess we know the Geth are hostile now, right? Sorry. Hang on. Where the hell am I? Because, yeah, oh my God, I don't even... Okay, there it is. Is this so far back I didn't even see the damn, the breach yet?
Ryder, some sort of cave over there.
Oh my God, this really is this far... This really is this far back. We hadn't even gone into the ship yet here. And we probably never will, Magister, unless they start coming out on PC. I actually looked into Xbox emulation in order to get that on camera, and failed.
You hear that?
Yeah, radio static. But like a pattern. static's getting louder.
Oh god, Darkstar, that's horrifying.
Some sort of structure up that hill.
This place is taking a beating from the storms.
Along with everything else on this planet. Well, let's hope no one's home.
Doesn't look like a home at all.
Yeah, no one's living here.
So what's it for?
Doesn't look like the other structures we've seen. Different design. Must be a way to get some lights on.
Oh shit! Nothing.
That can't be good. Oh.
It's a generator.
Yeah.
What you just saw, by the way, is a perfect example of Bathos. Not good Bathos, just Bathos. Boom, 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 boom. Oh no, what's it happening? Boom, 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 boom. Oh god, what's gonna happen? Boom, 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 boom. Oh god, it's a bomb. Psh. Oh, it's a generator.
Same language as those aliens. Wonder what he's saying.
There's actually another rule about Bathos. The more you build it up, the more you build up a Bathos twist, the worse it is. Almost universally. No, I cannot act. See? Right there. It cannot be manually saved during a priority mission because screw you. Let me use a specific example. In Dragon Prince, yeah, I'm going to keep bashing that show. It's actually a good show except for Season 4. So don't take this as too negative. It's just Season 4 has been extremely bad. So, I'm going to pick on Ismiristar. Ismiristar, at long last, I have found you. I've spent generations, ages, eons reaching out to you. The wisdom and guidance you're going to be giving me, the structure, the purpose. I don't have a purpose in my life. Please, Admiristar, you've got to give me this thing. And as you're hearing me say this, in the back of your mind, you'll think, okay, this is a gag. Like at some point or another, even subconsciously, you recognize this is a gag. He's building up to a floop, and it's not going to be the exactly expected thing. I bet you did that without even thinking about it just now as I was building up to this. But the problem is, the longer I do that build-up, the worse it feels, because at some point, you start to get irritated. At some point, you're starting to be like, okay, I get it. You're building this up too much, and because you're building this up so much, it has to be a Bathos mode. It has to be a twist, right? You're going to subvert it. And sure enough, in the scene I'm thinking of, this is actually a scene. Where the guy's like, oh, listen, I need guidance, please. I will do everything I can. Tell me what you could possibly do. And he spends 20 solid seconds on this speech building up to this moment. And that doesn't sound like a long time. But if I actually counted out 20 seconds, you'd understand how long that is. And then the thing looks at him and then vomits on his face. And we all knew that was coming. By the way, Dragon Prince Season 4 is also very gross. We all knew that was coming. Everyone saw that coming instantly and immediately. But the fact that they kept dragging out the build-up to that moment just kind of made it worse. Oh, that sounds good off the deeper end. They also have flatulence humor in Season 4. More than once. Hi, Mr. Floyd Pinkerton.
Hey, that door open.
Some kind of research lab?
Maybe.
Hold up. What? That can't be
Got hit
right.
by a tornado.
That can't be right.
Looks like they were trying to tunnel in.
Don't think it turned out so well.
That can't be right. Okay, I know I've said there's several things about this gameplay that's good. I'm just going to do a back and forth without running. Look at how long it takes me to turn around and start going in the opposite direction. Now this is at normal speed. Now check this out. Let's go sprinting and then try the same thing.
Watch it!
What is it?
There.
So now killer robots too?
The Geth back home would love this place.
Look at that turnaround. Oh my god. Anyways. I've complained for years and years and years about when they do this thing. I forget, there's actually a term for this. I forget what it's called. The first game I really noticed this in was actually Red Dead Redemption 1. I know I've used this exact example before, but hear me out for a second. How many of you have ever played Red Dead Redemption or any game that does this thing, whatever it's called, and the turn radius is so slow and so bad that you're trying to go through a door and you actually bump into the door, and as you're turning around to go back, the turn radius is so bad you bump into the opposite wall instead. Bump. Bump. Now, this isn't that bad, thank God. But yeah, that kind of sluggish, natural motion to a turn, which feels sluggish and mushy. Looks more real. That's why they do it. Feels awful, because I'm still playing a video game, and when I turn right, I know this is going to sound shocking, I would like to turn right. Now, it's not as bad in this game as some of the examples I've just given, but, like, look at that.
Technology on this planet. Something these aliens are interested in.
Like archaeologists?
Yeah. Bloodthirsty archaeologists.
Oh my god, guys. Yeah, it's kind of a squiggity, actually. This is where we died last time.
So crappy.
Heads up!
Is that rock sticking through the beam? Oh my god, there's just rock sticking through the beam! Oh, Jesus! Oh, Jesus Christ!
Are these things stalking us?
Starting to feel like it!
This is not how I go out!
I don't think they're listening!
Hello, Loveloss.
Last one's down.
Let's not wait around for more.
Yeah, that's Andromeda in a nutshell. Again, I guess. Can I at least get an autosave now, game? Please? I have to do that for the third time now?
Whatever's causing that, it's a lot closer.
If it has a quick save, I'm not aware of it, Amciuta. Guess we'll find out. Wow, that map is very useful. Okay, apparently wants me to go this way. Yeah, we do need a baseball bat emoji. I need to find one. Or make one. You can use Frostborn in the meantime.
What do you want?
Help!
Hang on, Greer, we got you!
Keep your head down!
Box them in, Liam!
Setting a kill zone! They're not getting out of this!
We're clear. Thank God. I was tapping my mic, hoping someone would notice.
You okay?
Yeah. Where are the others?
They killed Kirkland. But Fisher's alive back at the crash site.
He's got a broken leg. Needs help.
I'll check around for supplies, then head back.
Stay put when you get there. We'll look for my dad's shuttle.
Good luck. Can't wait to get off this rock.
long drop.
Well, we've barely met either of them yet, Zactef, so we'll see. I remember liking Cora, relatively. I remember hating Peebee, or Pee-wee, or whatever his stupid name was. Twid.
Anyone there? Cora, we read you. You're alive. Shuttle repairs are underway, but we're surrounded. They're not friendly. On our way. Navport.
How do we... Never mind.
Cora, we got your back.
They're trying to pin us down. Doing a good job of it, too.
Ryder, light him up.
I'm on it.
Anthem came out after this.
Pick your target.
Come on.
Plenty of those.
I got one.
What did we ever do to them?
Careful, they fight dirty.
I don't think they have a target audience in general, Mr. Floyd. At least not nowadays.
Harry, you guys okay?
Not dead yet.
I mean, honestly.
Since when do rocks float?
Let's go with this.
That's what you're talking about right now, is the fact that rocks are floating. You mean the one that really sucks, TSB? Or the other one that really sucks? So, that's what TSB was talking about, by the way, right there.
Well, that settled that. Cavalry to the rescue. Nice to see you guys.
You too, Harry. How is everyone?
Still in one piece. You got here just in time.
Yeah, the cat look like bad guys, so they're bad guys. Fortunately, they are actually bad guys. Unfortunately, they are bad guys.
Weapons and ammo at the shuttle. Stock up.
Did these things try talking to you at all?
Barely a word. Then started shooting. What about you?
We didn't stop for a chat.
Listen, Dragon Age 4 is the worst Dragon Age game... Sorry. Worst BioWare game ever made, because those people had never played Baldur's Gate 1. And I just pissed off the rest of my audience. Alright, what do we got here? Can I actually do this yet? Like, I shouldn't be able to, right? Oh, no, maybe I can. Trying to remember. So, okay, I'm not going to talk about this too much yet, because I think we don't even have access to it yet. But one thing I very much do actually like about this game, you get 3 abilities from whatever. You can just... Most of these are abilities from previous Mass Effect games. In fact, Mass Effect 3 is the big one. But you can just pick and choose 3 abilities from whatever. And that's actually awesome. The amount of build potential and mix and matching you can do is actually really legit. It's a very fluid class system, and it works really, really well. I'm trying to debate. I know I did Nova, I want to say. Is this it? No, that's not it. That's it right there. Charge. I know I used Charge quite a bit the last time we played this. Which, I mean, I did in Mass Effect 3 as well, so that makes sense. Yes, Dragon Age 4 is the most recent Mass Effect. Or... Dragon Age. And yeah, there's profiles, and it's a good system. Legitimately. I admittedly was thinking primarily on the gameplay axis, Damashi, so forgive me. I barely remember the story of Baldur's Gate 1. I'm not trying to meme. I'm being sincere. Baldur's Gate 2 I remember quite a bit. I also replayed Baldur's Gate 2 quite a bit. I only ever played Baldur's Gate 1 once. I tried to replay Baldur's Gate 1, and then I ran into the glitch issues we've talked about. Let's see. Oh, it is interesting. First of all, let's start working on biotics. So, although maybe I shouldn't. So we got our passives, which is exactly what they sound like. Fires Krogan-designed shells that burst into shrapnel. Reduce damage against armored. Trap mine. Turbo charge. Oh, excuse me. Which is a buff. Barricade. Not too bad. Mobile cover. Concussive shot. I probably should use this more often. TSB is correct. So, sure. It detonates a primer, too. And, I mean, combo primers are another aspect of gameplay we'll talk about. So let's go ahead and level this up a little bit, shall we? Yes, pillars of snow. What? Oh, I see the problem. Oh god, I don't know what type of gun I'm gonna end up using. Am I gonna use a gun? Maybe I should just use, like, this. What do we got here? What do we got? Combat power, melee, detonator, hover duration and accuracy, resistance while evading, jump melee damage. Do we even have that right now? I don't remember the melee button. Actually, kinda, yeah, Melkor Blade, but it's not that hard to do. Not really. It also doesn't change that much. Not really. Pistol, assault rifle, shotgun, or sniper. Let's go with assault rifle. It's a nice generic option. Let's do that. And Liam, do you have... Perfect. So he's got a combo setup, so we're going to give him the combo setup. Tell him to use it. And then just give him the generic stat boost. Okay. Sorry for the delay. Onwards. Trying to get used to the Avenger. Ugh. Don't worry, I'll get a better gun later, I swear. Okay, I lied. Wrong button.
Ah, hell! Enemy ship on the way! Get to...
Well, I just... Okay.
Cover! Go!
Do I not have... Okay, here we go. Inventory. Right? There's my mods. There's my armor. Man, I love that total lack of mouse over in comparison there. That's really helpful. Yeah, I'll stick with the Predator for now.
Here they come!
They got fools to try and airdrop.
Don't let up!
Listen, if you're playing an FPS on anything other than console, then you're clearly just wrong.
Heads up! Another shuttle incoming!
In this weather? Guess we got their attention. Are those dogs?
I wish. They've got some weird cloaking ability.
You're shitting me! Sound off!
I'm here!
Still alive!
I mean, Frostbite is a perfectly good engine for FPSs. So if Mass Effect 5 is actually an FPS, then sure, I guess.
I can't get a beat on those things!
There's too many of them! Just keep firing, we can do this!
Damn, they won't let up!
I will say I'm not a huge fan of the Frostbite engine in general, but a lot of that's because the games I've played on it have sucked. Excuse me. Have specifically sucked because of being on the Frostbite engine. Let me be clear about that. The Frostbite engine has made the games worse. Better way to phrase that. I think so, yeah, but it was not a small amount. Oh, I hate them, Mr. Floyd. I hate it when I'm playing a game that is clearly designed for console and feels awkward and weird and uncomfortable to use on PC. Looking at you, Skyrim. Which is probably the first game I played that really had that issue. Madden? Really? Whoa, there. Just got me right in the chest.
Liam, enough.
Right. It's just these assholes kill Kirkland.
It's okay, he's a typical cop. Don't worry about him.
Stay pissed. Use it.
Will do.
Just remember, we need that ammo.
Strangle them if I have to.
I know, Blade to Ball.
What about the others? Fisher's wounded, but sitting tight. Greer's with him, though our shuttle's in pieces.
Guys.
She's been hit.
Take cover! Take cover!
Hang on. Ugh.
Yeah, by the way, she's a biotic. There's no more natural way to showcase that.
Don't worry, it's not contagious.
Before they attacked, I managed to fix our comms.
You're a lifesaver. Now just take it easy. Sam, are you there?
QEC link established. Affirmative, Sarah. The Pathfinder needs to speak with you.
Good to see you in one piece. What's our status?
Liam and I are with Cora. We have wounded crew. The good news is our shuttle's been repaired. We can get back to the Ark.
Not with these storms. It's too risky to fly.
Our wounded can't wait much longer. Do you have something in mind?
If the storm is the problem, then let's solve the problem.
We're talking about weather.
And I have an idea about that. Rendezvous with my coordinates will... Damn, they spotted me.
Sir? Sir! Can you two manage alone?
I can keep her stable. For a while.
Let's move. Sam, do you have the Pathfinder's position?
Marking the nav point on your map.
Ryder.
Doesn't look far. Let's make this quick. We have to get there before the storm hits. No detours. What was my dad scouting for? He was trying to get readings on that tower.
Well, the nav point puts him near it.
Exercise caution. The storm front is already gaining intensity.
So, I'm going to say something harsh, okay?
Nice to have you back, Sam. How about some good news next time?
This doesn't get Brickwork positives. I've been thinking about this whole time. I've actually talked about this before.
Ryder, your dad was in trouble. We have to find him.
Shut up, please. I'm trying to talk here.
I'm gonna find the Pathfinder. Like, right now.
Guys! Chill. 5 seconds, okay? Yeah, it doesn't look good. It actively doesn't look good. Ignoring the obvious, glitches and stuff clipping through other things and unpolished problems, it just doesn't look good. It doesn't sell the scene of what they're going for, and that's really what Brickwork is all about. Brickwork isn't just... How to explain this? Some developers, and I've noticed some players, have this thing where they sort of automatically assume that fidelity equals quality when it comes to brickwork. And speaking very personally, that is extraordinarily not the case. It's one of the reasons why I say Legend of the Zelda: A Link to the Past, and a game that came out in 1991, I remind you, still has good brickwork to this very day, because it does what it's supposed to. It has good quality, it has good design, it has stuff that puts you into the scene, or puts you into the moment, or gives you a vibe of the kind of dungeon you're in, or the overworld you're in, or whatever. It is part of the brickwork, right? By contrast, this is some rocks, which look weird and wrong, and then we've got like this plants, which also look weird and wrong and very 2D. And it's just, it doesn't work. It's not a brickwork puzzle. Now, the skybox is actually kind of okay. Like, I do like the storm in the background, all that kind of stuff. But like this, nah. And I just wanted to explain that, because I've actually given a brickwork puzzle already for the ship interior, which has a lot better overall design to it and kind of works for me in contrast to this. I just wanted to talk that out, because I've heard a few people who have gotten under the misconception that brickwork is just any kind of backdrop, or any backdrop that hits a certain quality marker with regards to general fidelity, as opposed to, you know, design, which is something that's much more interesting to me personally. Moving on. Yeah, it looks very AAA. And I mean that as an insult. Yeah, Undertale will actually have surprisingly decent brickwork when we get there. Maybe I shouldn't say surprisingly. You wouldn't think at a glance that Undertale has good brickwork. And then you get to the first town, and it's like, oh.
Look, the rods. They're drawing the lightning away.
If we hug
yeah.
they might keep us safe.
FF6 is going to crush it on brickwork puzzles. I'm just going to go ahead and say that. Quite honestly.
Dead bodies here! Lightning didn't do this! Incendiary rounds. My dad's been busy. He was an N7. They don't mess around.
You ever heard of Shepard? Who?
Somebody was pretty clever with these rods. Only way to survive here. We're close. The nav point shows my dad's up there.
Yeah, Chrono Trigger will as well. Absolutely. No, brickwork is backdrop, sprite work is front. So in a game like this, brickwork is the terrain and sprite work is the people, like the armor we're wearing.
Stay low.
Like ships in Star Trek Online versus the skybox. Yeah, they're the bad guys. Look at them. They look evil. They look evil.
Just like us. I don't think they're native to the planet.
They're not. We found an abandoned lab, like they've been studying the place.
Good work. You actually did some scouting.
You didn't think I would?
You never know what people are made of. Not until everything goes wrong.
It's a very natural line to say to your daughter.
You said you had an idea about the weather?
It's the dark energy cloud the Hyperion hit. It's affecting the whole planet. Interfering with that.
The tower is caught in a feedback loop with the cloud. Together they're disrupting the entire climate with undirected energy.
Which suggests if we can get in there and shut it down,
The lightning goes away.
and the shuttle can get us out of here, in theory. We just have to get past them.
I agree, Ross. Boss design, too, for the same general reason.
It's a hell of a gamble, but we won't know until we get in there and try.
No illusions about this. It'll be a nasty fight the whole way.
If Sarah's game, so am I. But we risk turning a skirmish with these guys into something worse.
It's them or us.
Oh, it's them. Problem is, we're outnumbered.
I've been working on that. We just need to change the math.
Oh my god. Sorry. Assassin's Creed reference.
for me.
Don't ask questions, Kenneth Cow.
Let's go.
Don't think about it.
Right behind you.
Push ahead to the structure.
Yeah, people make fun of Fallout 4's dialogue wheel. Andromeda's kind of the same problem. Worse, in several ways, actually. What? Okay, do you see how I'm running up against a wall here? That is what I'm running up against. Do you see that? I couldn't even tell that was a ledge at first. It's about a, I don't know, 2-inch tall ledge, and I can't walk over this. It won't let me. This is a wall. I have to actually jump over that. See? You know what, hang on, let's get some intense music for this intense firefight here, shall we? You're right, that's unfair, I'm sorry, guys, I'm sorry. Congrats, by the way. Nice grenade shot there, Liam. Okay, for real, is there just no music in this? Alright, hang on. Clearly we have to have incredibly intense, powerful death music going. So let's go with, oh, I don't know. Nah, that's too quiet. Here we go.
Sam, biotic amp interface mode.
Have to keep an eye on our flank.
Not if we keep moving forward. Don't let him catch us. Keep up.
How's your dad doing all of this? He's like a machine.
No idea, but it's working.
Ready? Let's get inside there. That's it. We're doing it. Not much farther.
Where are we going?
All the way to the top.
And then what?
We'll know when we get there.
Oh, that hurt.
Yeah, this is Breath of Fire 3.
Almost fried me.
Don't stop! If we fall behind, we're dead!
Shit, they're crack shots!
Sam!
Are they really?
Squad! On me!
Notice how Alec is using the gameplay mechanic we're about to get access to.
Where are you getting these profiles?
Little help from Sam!
What does that mean?
Just focus on the fight!
The storm's getting worse.
We'll lose our chance if we don't beat it. Come on!
Bastard almost got me!
Give it right back to him!
We're almost there!
This looks like a control center. Keep him off my back!
You heard him!
We made it! In one piece!
Here's a better question. Why is it getting worse? Gimmicks go.
That door over there!
What now?
I need to decipher the language.
Oh wait, there's in-game music. Oh my god, there's in-game music.
They'll
Listen.
surround us in no time.
We need to defend
Oh, it's gone.
both sides or they'll flank us!
It's gone? Seriously? I'll tap for 1 second, it's gone? You... Okay. Thank you, Wraith, for your support, as always. I will jot that down towards dealer's choice. And music.
Where'd you want us?
You gonna tutorialize me on how to do that, or are you just gonna tell me to do it? Game? There we go. Oh, here we go. Z and C. Okay, here we go.
Got it!
What are you talking about, Trax? I could go without sleep for days.
Watch it! I think I see movement!
Hey guys, it's a hold the line mission.
A lot of people still counting on us.
I'm just getting warmed up!
They mean business. Keep them off your dad.
Analyzing possible inputs. 25% decrypted.
Hurry, we don't have long.
Hold both sides. Can't let them slip through.
What is this place anyway?
Yep, that's right. This is actually us fighting the Iconoborgs.
50% decrypted. It's an unusually complicated syntax.
I can see that. Try a recursive search.
I will need a moment to evaluate the pattern.
We only
Yeah,
have...
technobabble it, Sam. Technobabble it!
I think I really pissed that one off. Maybe because I shot him in the face.
What is that dialogue?
Sir, any progress?
Also, there's something killing me.
75% complete.
We've almost got it.
Just a little longer.
I've already decided I don't like Liam.
They're falling back.
And that's not even a cop joke. Like, that line, what the hell was that? Listen, he doesn't like me very much, because I just shot him in the face.
Security override. I'll try to open the door from here. Ah, damn, it's jammed. I need to take a look at it.
Oh, that's gonna copyright me.
need your help over here.
Go, it's okay. We'll keep a lookout.
We need to get this door open.
How could Liam possibly get worse?
Put your back into it.
You really think we can shut this thing down?
I don't know yet. Sam's decoded part of the language.
How did we physically just do that? Also, I hate to get persnickety, but even if we had been pushing, say, up against the door, I would still question that. Because that looks like a whole lot of concrete, and I mean, I don't care how enhanced our power armor is, that door is gargantuan. But we didn't do this. We did this. Did you notice that? We had our hands on the door, sliding it up. Like this. Have you ever tried to lift something like this that's extremely heavy instead of like this? Yeah, I have too. So enough with the boss music. Let's just have the native games music.
Who do you plan on talking to?
More like what? I think it's automated. Come on. These are the moments that make it all worthwhile. Sam, begin translating.
A moment. Indexing. Translation complete.
Let's see what we have.
Hell, I've done that on camera, Kraken-san. What? I remember the main plot pretty well, Big 12. You remember we did the MSQ the last time. We skipped a lot of the side stuff because I was really bored with it after the first planet.
It's working. We did it.
You saved the entire universe.
This is more than hope. It's proof we weren't crazy. We can fly to a whole new galaxy and still make sense of things.
Sam had a little something to do with it.
It was simply a matter of linguistics, though I am pleased to have
So you ready for a negative to story? Again, with the freaking glass helmets being terrible, by the way.
Repeat, we need an emergency extraction now.
They're spinning up the shuttle. ETA is 3, maybe 4 minutes.
We don't have that long. Deep breath.
I was gonna say, you know, it occurs to me, he could have also just taken the helmet back, and then put it on him, and then put it back on us, and then put it on him. Like, take a few breaths. Okay, okay. Ready? Ready? Swap. Okay, take a few breaths. Ready? Ready? Okay, swap. Like, I was gonna say, what I'm describing is a real procedure, by the way.
Move. She's going into cardiac arrest.
Pulse is weakening. Tell the Ark to prep medbay. Come on!
Anyway, so our dad's dead. Oh my god, it is a seizure. Jesus Christ, could you stop? But wait, we could spend thousands of dollars in 2 years to rebuild them.
I suggest a hardwire connection.
Do it!
There!
Welcome back, Sarah.
What happened?
Your dad's dead, because he was a moron.
Dead for 22 seconds.
I just... Okay. Grand cutscene on yonder window. Thou art truly the suck. Let me count the ways. Reason number 1. Killing off a character this early into a story is essentially always a bad idea. The only ways in which it ever works is if it has no real particular impact past when it happened. Like, how many people give a crap about Aunt Beru and Uncle Owen, right? I hate to use that example, but for real, nobody gives a damn. And they're never mentioned the entire rest of the film. Because they're dead. You kill off someone like this. There are ways you can make this work. Up made it work by spending the time and resources of an entire film, that's not a joke, on designing 10 minutes. It is possible to make this work, but it is almost always something that you really shouldn't even attempt. Unless you really know what you're doing, do not kill off a major character or a significant character right at the beginning. Just don't. You need to really know what you're doing to nail that, okay? Point number 2. One of the biggest reasons why you don't pull this kind of a trick is because the only way we, the character, actually can... we, the audience, can actually give a crap about the person who died is specifically because of the... Yeah, I was about to say Mulker Blade. Is because of the inferred connection. In other words, one way you can make this work is by showcasing the consequence of it on the people who are actually affected by it. Because we don't give a damn. We just met Alec. In fact, let's count, shall we? Bridge scene, speech by the shuttle, okay, and then opening the door. That's 3 cutscenes he's in. We don't give a crap about Alec. Oh, by the way, great way to waste Clancy Brown. So we don't give a crap about Alec. We have no investment in him. So the only way we would care about him is via the characters who do care about him. And I'm just going to spoil this. They do a terrible job of making us give a crap about Alec Ryder. Point number 3. Everybody in chat has already pointed out what I myself have already pointed out, which is there were so many ways to keep him alive. It's kind of silly. The contrivance, all fiction is contrived, as the saying goes. The important part is to keep in mind that contrivance barrier, that barrier of disbelief that we all have when it comes to fiction, is something that's malleable, right? It's elastic. And it varies from person to person. So how much we're willing to put up with and tolerate and endure for the sake of getting to it or being with it or whatever. You with me? So we've got the fact that the glass broke at all, which is already stupid and was stupid earlier. We've got the fact that neither of them saw the explosion coming, even though they had plenty of reasons to be able to see it coming. We've got the fact that it was so bad of an incident that the only problem with them was the oxygen, nothing else. And we're already 3 points before we even get to the point of him taking off his helmet to then give us air, ignoring the fact that even if I'm willing to buy all the rest of the stuff, which I am not, it's worth noting, the buddy system, the air sharing system, is a real system that really exists in real life for people. And I just remembered how I know that. It's because I have had minor training in that. Minor training. I want to be very clear about that. I have been scuba diving. one of the things they train you on is how to do that just in case something happens with your tank. And so, yeah, exactly. That's why they say this is elastic, right? It'll bend, right? The suspension of disbelief, it's not a hard barrier. It'll bend, you know, it'll warp, it'll twist, but you push it too much and it will break. And at that point, it's just like, what am I looking at? And yeah, Alec is supposed to be this N7 grade A badass. They mentioned that twice in the intro. And he had this super AI in his head. Okay. Yeah, you know, to be completely honest, you know what this reminds me of? Voyager getting stranded in the Delta Quadrant. I get what you're going for. Big, grand sacrifice to save my child. But you failed at establishing that. Instead, all I think is, wow, what an idiot! Yeah, stuck in the Delta Quadrant? With it. The specifics of how they get stuck in the Delta Quadrant? Nope. What's a fuse? I've never heard of this insane and complicated explosive technology. Could you explain this to me? Preferably in the magic meeting room with like an analogy that I can then make into reality. It's this brand new sci-fi tech.
Did the rest of the team make it?
Hey, you're still with us.
Damn it, Liam. Why are you still alive?
Guys, get to Sam Node. Riders awake. Who are you talking to?
Sam.
I didn't hear him.
You're up. Look here. And here.
My father. Where?
He's dead! What's wrong with her hair? He's dead.
It was your life or his. And he chose you.
He chose wrong.
I'm so sorry, Sarah. I know this must be a blow.
One of the dialogue options is, we weren't close. It's true. It's true. We weren't close to freaking Mr. Crab. You know what? Yeah, fine.
Growing up with Dad was tough. He and I never really hit it off, but...
I know he could be distant, but he once said that when his time came, he wanted to go out among stars no one had seen before.
Yes, I did, Zach.
What are we doing in Sam Node?
Sam is now part of you, in a way we don't entirely understand. It played havoc with your brain.
Sam?
Your father authorized the transfer of Pathfinder authority to you.
Shouldn't that be Cora?
In theory. In reality, you're the new Pathfinder, Sarah.
Wait, I'm the PC? But I'm a loser who acts like I'm 14. And apparently made of plastic based on this shot right here. This is the best looking face.
You can't be serious.
What's the matter? I think you're up for it.
You saw my dad in action. It takes years to become a Pathfinder.
You'll learn as you go. Besides, you won't be doing this alone.
It's all academic anyway. Sam's linked to your mind on a deeper level now. Trying to untangle it could kill you.
I know this is tough, but we need to start thinking about the next step. A lot of people are counting on us.
Is the Ark still drifting?
That's the thing. Whatever your dad did with that tower, it saved the day. Some sort of atmosphere scrubber.
The energy cloud thinned out. We're on our way to the rally point now. Should be at the Nexus soon.
She needs to rest first.
She has 2 hours. We'll need our Pathfinder for this.
But
Oh, I checked on your brother. Still no change. But if you can pull through, so can he.
oh no, the walking animations are hilarious.
Dad and both of you.
Yeah, the Asari did this kind of droid walk.
What's going on, Sam?
This is our private channel. I shared it with him.
Why did he do it? Why me?
Unknown, but he never acted without reason. Alec wouldn't want us to lose sight of the goal. He said pain emboldens our resolve. He'd insist we grow stronger from his passing.
Well, you see Miranda. Oh yeah, we gotta meet our main villain, I think. I'm remembering the sequence here correctly. Yeah, I love how blatantly nepotistic we are in this one. Like, there's always some conceit that makes us the PC. I talked about that. But it's hilarious in this one. It's unearned, and then it's unearned. 2 separate times. Stutter, stutter. So there's our main bad guy. He is Archon, and he has lied to us. You don't have a super AI doing the actual work for you. Remember, his hand gesture didn't do anything. You know, I would say Archon is the most generic Dragon Age villain I've ever seen, but I'm not a good liar. Because I've played Anthem. Do you even remember the main villain of Anthem? No, you don't. Don't lie to me.
Ryder, good to see you on your feet. We're at the Nexus. It's the forward hub for the entire Andromeda initiative. The Asari, Solarian, and Turian arcs should be there too.
Let's hope they've had better luck.
Starting our approach now.
It's almost as big as the Citadel back home.
Nexus Control, this is Arc Hyperion requesting docking clearance.
Yeah, this thing is stupidly big, by the way.
Captain, I'm only getting their automated approach channel, not a live person.
Well, like it or not, we're here. Take us in.
That's the dumbest response you could give ever to that. We're not getting a live signal should have been met with 15 hours of checks and rechecks of what the hell's actually happening.
By now.
Could be worse.
How? Habitat 7's a bust. We might have started a war with the first aliens we met, and our Pathfinder's dead. This better be rock bottom.
Green across the board. Docking initiated.
And yeah, we got here second. Because we had to have our town hub.
I got us here. Good luck, Pathfinder.
You I just, okay. I'm sorry. Another negative. Just, my face is tired, guys. I don't know how else to say it. I don't know how else to say it. Oh my god. I just... Deep breaths. Deep breaths. Okay. Okay, we're okay. Everything's okay. Everything's fine. Nothing is wrong. Ugh. You know... I know we'll get to some story positives later. I remember there being some story positives in this game. But you know what I also remember? The intro sucking hard. And here we are. Just, wow. I think this intro is actually worse than Mass Effect 3's intro. Mass Effect 3's intro was terrible. Okay, hang on. Man.
You gonna be okay, Ryder?
The captain just called me Pathfinder. This is really happening.
Just take a deep breath.
This should have been my father's moment.
But now it's yours. You just need to decide what you're gonna do with it.
Conquer this land. Oh, sorry.
I'm just not sure I'm ready.
We weren't ready to fall out of the sky on Habitat 7, but we survived that.
Right? So, always keep a jump jet handy.
So, again, to compare and contrast Brickwork, I like this. First of all, it's very Mass Effect. Clean, sharp, kind of light contrast between blues and whites, nice dark outlines. Even the actual lining of the architecture looks very Mass Effect, doesn't it? It's not quite brutalist, but it's also not quite sleek, right? It's kind of a combination of curves and geometric shapes, which is kind of what Mass Effect goes for its overall. It does kind of look like the Citadel. And I do like the stylings here. I do like the trees. I do, the fake trees or the planted trees. I do like the things on the wall. I do like the people just kind of trying to figure out what they're doing. I do like the crates of supplies lying around. Yeah, it's not quite clinical, but it's leaning in that direction. This is what a Brickwork positive looks like, because whether you like it or not, which is, that's your decision and your preference, you can tell how at least some design has been put into it to try and convey a tone or a theme or a place, right? That's what Brickwork... This is exactly the opposite of what I was talking about earlier. This is what a Brickwork positive looks like. it looks like a place that actually someone sat down and put some real thought into, instead of smashing together some free assets in the Frostbite engine.
Captain wants to see a full-duty roster.
I just updated the charts.
She'll want to see crew reassignments first. Start with non-essential personnel.
Okay, folks. This is what we've been waiting for. Let your teams know that docking procedures are now in effect. We've got 20,000 colonists still asleep, and we'll need somewhere to put them when the alarm clock goes off. As soon as we get clearance from the Nexus, we'll be following stasis revival protocols. We want to avoid any logjams, so it's vital your teams coordinate with each other and keep people moving. Any questions so far?
How do we handle deaths that occurred in transit?
Right. It's an unfortunate fact that not everyone will have survived the voyage. We've already got scattered reports of medical problems from that dark energy cloud we hit. If somebody didn't make it, check with the medical officer. We'll see about notifying their next of kin. I'm hoping it's a rare exception. Also, try to keep it quiet. Andromeda is all about new beginnings, not holding funerals.
Interesting. What, Melkor? I couldn't hear you over the deafening silence. I'm going to jot down at least one no music negative right now. But I agree with Darkstar. That was actually kind of messed up in a good way. I don't know what to call that. I guess background lore. Speaking of background lore, let's check the codex. Let's see here. Okay, I'm sorry. The story thus far is, though you mourn the loss of your father, Alec, you were never as close as you could have been. What? Okay. During your trial by fire... Oh, it's literally a log. It's literally the stuff we actually did. Recognized the aliens you met as hostile threat and fought to defend your crewman, Fisher. Explored an alien laboratory. Discovered an alien shuttlecraft of unknown origin. Rescued Greer from his captors. And expressed doubts about accepting the role of Pathfinder. Those are literally the choices I made. Uh-huh. Pathfinders are the tip of the spear, which is why other people got here before us and created an entire space station.
It'll be nice to see some friendly faces this time.
The Nexus runs a support crew, just enough to finish building the station and provide safe harbor for the Arks.
It means we can start waking our people up.
They built a bar, right? Gotta have champagne for the welcome party.
You're expecting one.
After what we've been through, I could use a buzz.
We all could.
Yeah. Rough ride so far.
We'll bounce back. Real food and a shower are just ahead.
Uh-huh.
Here we are.
You know, I've heard from several people, including my good friend Pax, that the side stuff is legit. I bring that up because what do you want to bet? Like, the game would just be better if the MSQ just wasn't there at all. Like, because the side stuff is mostly just helping with local issues, exploring, checking out the maps, blah, blah, blah. And this ties immediately into what Kira White Noise just mentioned. You know, if we had just been on the Nexus and helped, and like Blade Jamal, you know, we helped build the hub, and some of those side missions we're doing is establishing connections and resources in order to build the hub, that could have worked. Instead, this. Don't ask me for Lictum. I don't want to play this a second time.
I don't see any champagne.
Where is everybody?
And yeah, it's your typical Elder Scrolls game at that point, isn't it? It's pretty much the exact inverse of Dragon Age Inquisition, where the MSQ was legit, and the side stuff was pretty terrible.
Well, this can't be right.
It's like everything's on standby.
If it's a surprise party, they're doing an awfully good job of it.
Okay, guys, I'm sorry. A little bit of context here, a little bit of like reality check for a second. You're in another galaxy. There are no reinforcements. There is no Home Depot that you can go to because you forgot to pack a hammer. Okay? Showing up and finding the giant space station, which was supposed to be built before you even get here, and A, it's unfinished, B, it seems to be completely abandoned, and C, they may or may not have resources and supplies ready for you, should be the kind of thing said along the lines of, oh God, I'm in the middle of the ocean and I can't swim. There's no way this is home. Sorry. But no, like, right? Am I wrong? This should be horror territory. This should be like the dread moment of, oh dear God. Oh crap. Yeah, we are now Tom Hanks in Castaway. Or Subnautica. That's a great example. Yeah, this should be horror. And instead, we're just sitting here like, yeah. It's cool. We're going to get champagne. It's going to be great. I can't wait to have champagne. Oh no, we have no water. God damn it. Yeah. Oh crap. I'm a stormtrooper on Endor.
Welcome to the Nexus, gateway to Andromeda. I'm Avina, a virtual intelligence designed to assist you with immigration.
Can you tell us where the welcome party is hiding?
I'm sorry. My code is limited to information.
I hate you, Liam. I want you to know that.
Please select from the following pre-programmed responses.
You know what? I've been debating this already. I'm going to jot down a negative for Liam. He is just so aggravating. Immigration.
How does the immigration process work?
We ask that you submit to a brief medical exam to ensure your health and well-being after making such a long journey. Once you've been cleared, our colonization experts will assist you in finding your new home. Please be mindful of the queue. Thousands of eager colonists like you are waiting to begin their new life in Andromeda.
Where? Place is deserted.
Oh, no, off the deep end. Anybody saying this is as bad as Starfield has not played Starfield. Like, at all. Starfield is the second worst game I've ever reviewed. Like, it I really do think most people don't really understand how bad that game is. And, you know what? That's kind of a good thing. But, just to put this into a bit of perspective, Starfield is as bad as GTA 5 is good. Because the line's linear, right? I don't know how else to phrase that. Alright, fine. What's the Nexus?
What is the Nexus?
The Nexus serves as the central hub for the Andromeda Initiative's colonization efforts. It is the first destination for all colonists upon their arrival in the new galaxy. Please enjoy the many venues the Nexus has to offer. As the station expands, it will one day serve as the seat of government for Milky Way colonists. Providing a safe, stable, and prosperous environment is our primary goal.
Not from the looks of it.
Yeah, to be very clear here, just very clear, this is all bad, right? And it is. But this is also one of the worst parts of the entire game. Now, that's not great because it's an intro. And you know I'm harsher about intros and outros than everything else. By the way, the other worst part of the game is the outro. Anyways. But you gotta understand, we're gonna have some decent stuff in the middle, I swear. Oh, God. Maybe I shouldn't say that. I just cursed it. I just cursed it. I'm gonna shut up.
What year is it?
The current year is 2819. After spending over 600 years in stasis, it's normal to feel disoriented or confused upon arrival. Our helpful medical staff can assist with any physical...
Wait, knock on wood. There we go. We're good.
Well, she's got the date right, at least.
So where is everyone? What can you tell me about the Andromeda galaxy?
Here in Andromeda, you are over 2 million light years away from the Milky Way galaxy. This is the furthest any life form has ever traveled outside our home system, making you a brave pioneer indeed. The Nexus itself is located in a region known as the Helios Cluster. Here, you and thousands of your fellow colonists will fulfill your dreams of settling a new home. Fortune awaits.
Where do colonists live?
Once you've cleared immigration, our helpful staff will assist you in choosing the home world of your dreams. Will it be the tropical paradise of Habitat 7, the gentle rolling hills of Habitat 3, or perhaps the mysterious twilight world of Habitat 5? Whichever you choose, rest assured our Pathfinders have carefully vetted all colony worlds to ensure your security and prosperity.
Oh boy.
Habitat 7. That's where we landed. She's way out of date.
Also, so first of all, Pathfinders plural, wrong. Second of all, I'm sorry, am I having a stroke? Why is the station with the VI designed to talk about the Pathfinders having already explored this place as if the Pathfinders came before creating the giant space station? When everyone has indicated that the space station is supposed to be built before we even got here.
That's all.
It has been my pleasure. Please see one of our helpful immigration staff for further assistance. And welcome to your new home in Andromeda, where the brightest star is you. Current wait time for immigration processing is unknown error.
Right. That was helpful.
Plants are still alive.
Yay.
It's like they didn't finish building it.
And yet, obviously, they built, you know, enough of it for the computers to work. Hello? The oxygen. The plants.
There's a guy. Maybe he's got champagne.
Liam. I'm going to kill you. Cora, I'm going to spare you, but I'm going to kill Liam. I'm going to spare you as a favor to Martin Sheen.
Why don't we just ask that guy?
Liam!
Hi there. We're from Ark Hyperion, and wondering where everybody went.
Did he hear you? Did you say an Ark?
Yeah, we just got in.
And for what it's worth, your VI over there could use an update.
But we thought you were all dead.
What?
Or captured, or lost in dark space, or... But you're here. You have no idea how much this means.
I don't believe it.
Oh, thank God, an alien.
I'm Tyrion Kandros. I lead our militia on the Nexus.
I'm Sarah Ryder. This is Cora Harper and Liam Costa, part of the Pathfinder team.
I'm sorry for the confusion. Our sensors told us an Ark had arrived, but Helios is notorious for scrambling equipment.
We thought you were just another malfunction.
You... You have windows! You can... Hey, we're scanning a ship coming on. Someone go check on that. Yep, there's a ship coming. God, oh my God. Yeah, no, this place was built by Geth. This place was built by Geth.
But aren't you expecting us?
You're the first Ark we've seen. After a year of waiting and no sign of the others, we shuttered this area and stopped looking.
1 year.
Been stranded for a whole year?
1 year.
I'll fill you in on the way down.
You waited 1 year for us.
Everything that could go wrong with our plan has.
We traveled across galaxies. And you decided that 1 year, which is such a minute margin of error on trip time that's not even worth discussing, was enough time to just be like, well, we gave it our best. We're good. Moving on. Pack it up. Nothing left here. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, my God. Yeah, also the... okay.
We arrived 14 months ago. Right away, we hit a band of dark energy that knocked us off course.
There you go, by the way. The exact timeline. They got here 14 months ago, so no misjiggering of the timeline. 14 months. And they apparently spent 2 months doing whatever. And then it's like, we give up. Just...
We're familiar with it.
Then you'll know why we call it the Scourge. We lost whole sections of the station. A lot of people died. No power, no food. The chaos went on for months. It finally led to armed rebellion. When order was restored, the insurgents were banished. Exiles, we call them.
Are things back to normal?
Not even close. But you're here now, so maybe the worst is over.
Okay. I'm pretty down on this plot. Because it sucks. But I'm actually kind of down with that idea. They get here, they set up thing, they run into trouble, right? And at the first sign of trouble, a bunch of people decide, nope, that's enough. And that leads to some kind of armed insurrection, which leads to problems, which leads to some people deciding to peace out and take their ball and go home with it. And they find some of them. And we'll actually see more exiles in the future, right? Factionalization in this kind of situation actually makes a tremendous amount of sense. Anybody who's ever played Alpha Centauri knows what I'm talking about, because that's actually the initiating event of Alpha Centauri, is that the ship that was making its way to Charon in the Alpha Centauri system, stuff went wrong. I'm going to summarize. Stuff went wrong, and factions started happening, and then they decided to peace out, and that's the factions you play as on the actual planet. So, yeah, okay, I'm actually with that. Whoops. There's a console? There's a console? Okay. I was trying to hit escape there.
No word from the other Pathfinders?
No word from anyone, period.
Any threats from the locals?
So far, we've stayed hidden. We're in no shape to deal with an attack.
We had a first contact situation on Habitat 7. Whole thing went south. They tried to kill us.
That wasn't first contact. We know about them. Those aliens are going to be a real problem.
This day just keeps getting...
We're here.
You guys go ahead. I'll check out the security situation.
Oh yeah, let's let the cop do that.
Has been fractured. Some of us are filling in for leaders who died.
Is it true?
They said drop everything and report for duty.
And no one was expecting an Ark to finally show up.
Finally.
Procedures are green across the
Finally.
Stand by to merge Hyperion power into the grid.
The crew of the Hyperion.
Good luck.
Oh, hey, it's Director Tan. I remember him.
I'm Jaren Tan, director of the initiative. You have no idea how much your arrival means.
And there's Faces Tired on the left there, if you don't remember her.
We've heard about what happened, and we're ready to help.
We could use any supplies you have. Food, water, we're short on everything.
You have habitable planets.
Foster Addison. She oversees colonial affairs. Where's the Pathfinder?
You're looking at her.
You're not Alec Ryder.
My father's dead. He made me his successor.
He died really stupidly.
Alec is dead. Please understand, the entire initiative is at risk. None of the Golden Worlds panned out. They're a bust, and there's been no word from the other arcs.
But they do have food, right? At all?
Unknown. Our supplies are nearly depleted. Rationing bought us some time, but even that's running out.
We need to find more resources, but that takes people, and we can't wake them up.
Until they have somewhere to live. A golden world.
Now more than ever, we need a Pathfinder.
We need trailer fodder.
Ryder. Are you up to the task?
No. You know what? I'm just gonna leave y'all. Pull out a gun. Emergency knife! Emergency knife! 1 second. Because I know that voice. Yep. I'm going to butcher the pronunciation, but that is Kumail Nanjiani? I think is how that's pronounced. I've actually heard him in a bunch of stuff. But let's see here. Here's his IMDb. Yeah, he's usually in live action stuff where he's trying to be funny, I think is how I want to phrase that. Yeah, I think we'll stick with that. Kind of a strange pick for this. Anyway, sorry.
Well, we came a long ways for nothing if I'm not.
We'll all die if you're not.
I can facilitate
no way to
that.
treat a guest. I'm Nak Morkesh, superintendent of this station.
So...
Hope they haven't scared you off already.
So...
It's nothing personal, but now isn't the time for on-the-job training.
At least the Pathfinder here seems willing to try. We could use a fresh perspective.
You've heard my concerns. I'll leave you to it.
So that's Kesh, a female Krogan.
We're all feeling the pressure. Let's have a private word in my office, Ryder. We'll discuss giving you a scout ship.
Just...
I'm happy to work out the details with your associate.
Interesting implications with that. I was gonna say, this is before Mass Effect 3, so this Krogan has the genophage. So... Yeah, I just... Yeah, okay, so for those of you who are not familiar with Mass Effect, there's this thing called the genophage, which makes it so that, I think it's 1 in 1,000, I believe is roughly the number, of Krogan don't ever actually successfully come to term in their birth cycle. So the other 999 all die in the not in the fertilization, in the whatever stage. So this is it kind of completely changed how their culture works, top to bottom. And you can't, yeah, this is, I'm trying really hard not to sound insensitive, but you can't bring someone like this, a female Krogan, to a colonization effort. Like, you can't do that. When every body counts, when every slot in a cryopod is relevant and specifically slotted out, and when you have to actually think about things like long-term population viability, you probably shouldn't bring a Krogan of any kind, actually, never mind, a Krogan female. I was going to say, again, this is before Mass Effect 3, which, when depending on what you do, Rex, if he's alive, may have actually helped to really establish greater relations with Krogan and the rest of the society, cure the genophage, fix things. But Tachanka, great part of Mass Effect 3, you get it. But all of that stuff that didn't happen when this was both planned and then sent. I get that you wanted to have Krogan because this is Mass Effect. But moving on.
I can't believe how far off track things have gone.
It's bad, but it's not over. Not yet.
Ma'am, the Hyperion's core is now online.
Let me show you something.
And yeah, it's about...
That was all dark. But with the power from your ship, you're keeping the lights on. You have my vote.
That's right, we brought the ship, so we get the vote.
You'd best go talk to Director Tan. Make sure that doesn't happen. And don't be shy. Come see me when you have a chance.
Taylor, where's Vetrat? The Hyperion is starting to send a talent.
Okay, cool.
I'll just organize this as it comes to him and send it your way. You know what the priority needs.
Okay, I can save. Oh my god, I can save the game for the first time. And yeah, by the way, in case you missed that, the way they had designed these systems, that their main power was supposed to be powered by the ship, which had the actual energy core. The station had just backup basic power generation. Think about that for longer than 5 seconds. Hang on. Okay, you have now officially thought about that more than the actual writers did. Congratulations. Like, I'm sorry to keep hammering this point in. They just wanted the Citadel again. That's why the Nexus... The Nexus is going to be a source of several negatives, and it's because it shouldn't exist. Or we should be building it. I would actually accept that as well. But it really shouldn't exist. The Nexus should be a thing that isn't part of this narrative, right? But they wanted their Citadel, so here it is. Now, what's stupid about this is, A, you could have had any planet-bound thing to actually work as this instead, as indeed we will see several colony towns as we go throughout this game. And B, we have the Ark. If you really wanted the Mass Effect Citadel-looking ship thing, we have one. It's the giant ship we came over in. Why does this exist? Okay, come on.
This is the planet where we landed. Habitat 7. It wasn't even close to livable.
That's been true of every world we've found. Ryder, we were discussing your next expedition.
Good. I was starting to wonder who was in charge around here.
Director Addison is entitled to her opinion, and mine overrules hers.
Does she know that?
I oversee the entire initiative, and I have decided to give you a chance to prove yourself. To that end, the Scourge dealt us a serious blow. Whatever it is, our scientists theorize it's not natural.
An artificial energy cloud?
It wasn't here when we left the Milky Way, yet it rendered all the golden worlds unlivable. Then there's the aliens you ran into, the Ket. They're obsessed with alien structures we found scattered around the cluster. They'll do anything to prevent others from accessing them. It seems murder isn't exclusive to the Milky Way. And now the challenge is to settle a world in spite of all that. This one here. Eos.
How?
You need to increase the viability of the planet so we can establish an outpost. Then we can bring more colonists out of stasis. The more colonists we have, the more resources we can gather to support the Nexus. Everything depends on it. There are 6 worlds we hope to settle.
Okay, but you said every planet you found is unlivable, so how do I...
A good Pathfinder would relish the challenge of solving it.
Right. I think I should go check on things.
And if I fail, I guess it's no sweat off your back, right? You'll just look for another Pathfinder?
Placing bets on people is part of my job. Some of them pay off. Others...
Just point me to my ship and I'll be out of here.
They're prepping it now in the docking bay. The coordinates for Eos will be in the computer. And when you have a moment, we should discuss the missing arcs.
I was wondering about that.
Something wrong?
Ryder, please see me and Sam node on the Hyperion. Your implant needs attention, and we need to discuss a confidential matter.
No, I'm fine.
Okay, you probably missed me saying this a second ago, so let me repeat something because I think it's relevant. There are towns in this game. You know, settled towns, because people have already settled the uninhabitable planets. Plural. Moving on. Like, I swear this is going to get better. I should stop saying it. Hang on. There we go. But, this whole setup and intro sequence is just colossally bad. There's something called TTQ. It's called a couple of different things, but it's a very, very common concept. It actually applies to shows, movies, books, and games, and technically music as well. It stands for time to quit. In other words, how long... so if you look at like 100 or 1,000 or 100,000 people, and you were able to track how long through specific work before they put it down, right? That's your time to quit. It's actually a measurable statistic, and it's one of the reasons why, for example, some Steam achievements are very stupid. Yes, I know there's ways around that, but it is something that people have measured and people have tried to track for decades, trying to come up with new ways to try and figure out how long it takes for someone to put a game down. Now, one of the reasons I bang on so often about how important an intro is to a game is because time to quit is a very, very real problem. How many of you have picked up a game and ran into something? It doesn't even matter what. Maybe it's a dumb story point. Maybe it's an irritating boss. Maybe it's like a frustrating sequence. Maybe the interface is off. And you just put the sucker down. It doesn't matter if the rest of the game is good, because you're never going to experience it, because you hit the time to quit. Yeah, there's only so much time. There's only so much time that exists. We have other things to do with our lives. Boop. Chakunk. And yeah, I could actually think of quite a few games where I have run into a time to quit. And if it wasn't for something else, like my job, or I was playing with a friend, or it was of a franchise I knew, or people say it's going to get better later, that I would have just been like, nah, I'm good. Fun fact, I have never played Andromeda for fun. I played it once for my job, and I'm now playing it a second time for my job. But I'm going to tell you this right now. If I had been playing this just for the heck of it, we would have already hit my time to quit. Like, so much of what they're doing about this intro is so face-palmingly bad. And it's such a common problem that I'm sick of it. Like, so it's not just bad, it's a problem I have low tolerance for. If you've ever seen me talk about Voyager, or any show really, you've heard me talk about this before. It's A to B plot writing. In other words, they want to be at the point of B. This is where the writers want to get to. And they have absolutely no idea how to get there. They start at A. So they write some drivel nonsense to over to B. Now, in many cases, once you get to B, it smooths out, right? It's like, okay, you know, starts to pick up. Even good episodes or good games or good movies or good books tend to have this problem where they just couldn't figure out how to set it up. And then once they've sufficiently set it up, it actually starts to take off a little bit. But if you don't know that... Well, of course there is off the deeper end. All you have to do is do it badly. Just Cause 4, by the way. Tangible example of what you're talking about. Yeah, the Donkey Kong Country show would have been... So the fastest I've ever tangibly hit that point in a game, not counting hypotheticals, right? So, like, Mass Effect Andromeda doesn't count because I'll never hit that point because it's my job. So, like, the fastest time I ever have actually reached a point in a game and just put it the hell down. I think... Let me think about that, because I've got a couple of options. Let me chew on that for a little bit. Where am I going? Where am I going? This way, I think? God, this map. Breath of Fire 3 was very early. It was the McNeil Mansion. Dragon Age Origins was extremely early. I know that sounds shocking, but for those of you who remember, the very, very first time I ever played Dragon Age Origins, I played a city elf. And I got to the castle. I was playing a male character. And so you actually go in rather than fight out. And I ran into that particular scene, and I just walked away from Dragon Age Origins for a decent chunk of time, that very, very first time. So yeah, Breath of Fire 3 has an early one. Dragon Age Origins had a pretty early one. I actually stuck with FF14 for quite a while, yeah. That's the friends dragging me through a thing. Sticker Star, which I should mention, I've never actually finished. I got all the way to the squid boss, which is, I want to say, 3 or 4 bosses in. Something like that. That's pretty far in, weirdly enough. I don't know, I mean, I know exactly why I stuck with it that long, but Sticker Star was bad. Let's see. What could it's got to be something that's like a short game for me to run into something like that with. I will be honest, I probably would have hit that with Armored Core 6. That's a hypothetical, so that doesn't count. Kingsfield 4, I also would have hit that, but again, didn't because job. That doesn't count. Mega Man X7, I actually pushed through quite a ways before I ran into the quit point. Other M, I got pretty far into. I actually told you exactly how far I got into that game before I finally put it down. I know a lot of people who don't like Fort Joy. No judgment, by the way. Starfield, well, that's a hypothetical. So, recently... Oh, what's the name of that show? There's a YouTube channel I like to watch in my copious spare time. Yeah, exactly, Blitzball. You do a long, irritating intro, and then you die because you accidentally walked forward a few inches, and it's like, oh, okay, I'm out. I know what kind of the game this is. Okay, here we go. What is the name of that channel? Here we go. Second Wind is the name of the channel, and it's specifically Design Delve. It's a game developer who just discusses and analyzes aspects of game design. And he was talking about what makes a good tutorial, but that's his words. Let me use my words, because he was discussing intros. And he was discussing the importance of an intro on both the story axis and the gameplay axis, and how important it is. He also mentions Time to Quit in that video, and a few other things like that. It's actually a good video. I recommend it. The video is titled Worst Tutorial of All Time, if you're curious. But I bring that up because he brings up, as the worst tutorial he's ever seen, Starfield. I should mention that that's the first time I've seen someone other than me speak about how bad Starfield is, and that was just kind of, you know, validating a little bit. But more to the point, he really goes in detail on exactly how absolutely goddamn terrible Starfield's intro is. And yeah, it's really bad. It's really, really bad. Like, really think about it for a second. The game starts off with you having two people exposit at you. You can't move, you can't play. It's, for all intents and purposes, an uninteractive cutscene. Then you walk forward slowly. It was a walk and talk. We've discussed walk and talk quest. So there's a walk and talk. Then you go mine for a little bit. Then there's a drug trip sequence. Then you wake up. Then there's a few more talky cutscenes. Then you slowly walk outside. Then there's a very, very long period of time. It's like 2 or 3 minutes of a ship coming down, landing, thing coming out, person walking out, person walking over to the person, and then you can talk to him and everyone else. And then the pirates show up to attack, and this is the first time we have any actual gameplay, by the way, at this point in time. And you fight the pirates, and then he's like, the ship's yours. Okay. Then you go get on the ship, have a very, very brief space combat tutorial, fast travel to your actual destination, and if you decide to actually follow the MSQ, which you remember, we didn't, but if you follow the MSQ, you go to the Nexus project, whatever, I don't even remember what it's freaking called, and they all exposit at you for a bit more. And that's your intro. That's your intro. It's so bad that the rough summary I just gave you doesn't even come close to explaining how garbage that whole sequence is. It's bad gameplay-wise, it's bad story-wise, it's bad tutorial-wise, because it doesn't convey anything about how to do anything at all. Now, the moment you get your ship, you can go off the rails and do whatever, which, if you remember, is what we did. But still, even if we cut off the intro as of when you get your ship in Starfield... What? The time to quit in Starfield for me probably would have been right about or after I did my first side mission. Because that's actually what we did, if you remember. We get the ship, go found a side quest, and did the side quest. And the dialogue was awful, and there was no story of note, and the gameplay was trash, and the marker to indicate where you're going is actually bugged, and there's no directions, so you have to rely on the marker. And I would have been so frustrated and so irritated and so out of it and so de-invested that that would have been my time to quit. Probably about an hour in. And that's bad. Yes, it was, Blake Duval. Ugh. Speaking of bad intros to game, Final Fantasy 15, while we're on the subject, you start off with a flash forward. Never a fan of those, but I'll let that go, because that's the most interesting part of the intro. Then you hold forward for a few seconds while an uninteractable cutscene happens. Then you walk and you have another cutscene. Then you go do what I can only refer to as go kill 5 rats. Oh my god. And while I actually like FF9's intro, I will admit that FF9's intro is really slow. Not badly paced slow. I do argue it's good pacing, but it is very slow. It is calmly meandering its way through a large sequence of events, and it takes its time before things start to escalate. And it takes a long time to get to that point, so I could see a lot of people putting that one down because holy crap. Kingdom Hearts 2 is another one I know a lot of people don't really care for the intro of. And again, no blame. I don't blame that. Kingdom Hearts 2 intro is a rather big chonker and does a lot of heavy lifting to actually establish character story setting, even to allow people to play it, even if they've never played Kingdom Hearts 1, which it does a very good job of. Fun fact, if you don't like Kingdom Hearts 2 intro, good news, the story gets worse after that. But yeah, then you've got like other intros, and yeah, FF6. I hate to just go for the jugular, but FF6 has an extremely good intro on basically every axis. It has almost perfect pacing as it's constantly shifting between cutscene and then sequence and then combat section where you're in an overpowered death mech where there's no real consequences because the possibility of you dying in the intro in the Magic armor is almost zero. So that's your, here's the controls intro. And it only lasts a couple of combats. Then you have your tutorial boss, which teaches you how boss mechanics work, or rather doesn't. We'll get to that when we get there. Then, okay, you know how the controls work. You know a lot of the intrigue that's going on. Several plot beats have been established already, including the fact that the main character you're playing as hasn't said a line of dialogue until you get out of the mech. Okay, now what? Then you have yourself. You start to figure out magic. You actually have combat that's worth the damn. You have to actually navigate a dungeon. There's side paths. There's loot you can get, which you shouldn't, but that's irrelevant. Like, there's a lot of good stuff in the FF6 intro. Like, really, 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 really well designed. FF7's intro, not counting the localization, also is actually really solid. For the record, I cut off FF7's intro as of when you leave Midgar. You can also cut it as of when you leave the reactor, but no, all of Midgar is the intro to FF7. I think we all know that. And it's actually pretty good. It's really good. You start off with your tutorial dungeon. You go through a town sequence, for all intents and purposes, another quick action sequence, and then a fairly meandery, wrong word, nice, low-paced, low-intensity character section where we introduce more about Cloud's connection to Tifa, what Barrett's doing, why they're fighting against Shinra, the nature of the world. Nice world-building, character-establishing section. That leads to the next mission, and so forth and so on. I'm not going to go through the whole of the FF7 intro, but there's a really good pacing for those events and how that works. Chrono Trigger, also an excellent intro. Starts off very low stakes. You're going to a freaking fair. Very low tempo. There's also tons of optional stuff to do, which some people don't even realize right at the very beginning. You can go check out the castle. You can go to the southern continent, see the other towns. You can go to the bridge. Some people don't even know. You can actually go to the bridge and see people going to visit the fair. Great stuff. And there's a lot of quiet world building going on in the background that we learn about. Yeah, a bunch of mini games too. We learn about the war. We learn about why they're celebrating. We learn about the establishment of the Kingdom of Guardia. We learn about the earthquakes that have been getting worse. We learn about the inventions and the nature of the technology of the setting. There's a huge amount of establishment, and then bam, right into it with our central gimmick, which is time travel. And whoosh, time travel, and then we see an entire massive sequence which is all about doing the exact same thing again, but this time 400 years prior. And everything about the dialogue, literally the mannerisms of how they act and how they talk are completely different in 680, which makes sense. It's 4 centuries earlier. And, you know, obviously the technology, the terrain looks different. They changed the palette, just in case you missed that. Great sequence, blah, 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 blah. I'm not going to go down the whole list, but Chrono Trigger also has a truly excellent intro. By contrast, there are some games which have intros which pretty much require those asterisks to them. I will say Dragon Age Origins qualifies as that. If you remember, Dragon Age Origins has 3 intros. Not counting the fact that each origin is its own intro, and the quality of each origin is completely different. So each of the origins has their own variety of quality, depending. And then once you finish the origin intro, then you have to do the Ostagar intro, which establishes, you know, several aspects of the game. And then you go to Lothering, which is the 3rd and final intro. As we talked about during the Dragon Age review, that's a weird way to do that, having 3 completely distinct and separate intros, all of which are doing the basic jobs of being an intro to a game. None of them are particularly bad, but it's kind of strange the way that they repeat themselves like that. You can also look at a game like Oblivion. Now, I actually am on the minority here. I really like Oblivion's intro. It does it's actually the best dungeon in the game, first of all. Low bar, I know, but it's still true. Hang on. There we go. Low bar, I know, but it's still true. And I like how, even though it starts you in medias res, even though it shoves someone who exposits in your face right off the bat, even though they don't explain a lot of what's going on, even though you're immediately made the MacGuffin for whatever reason, it works because of the specifics of execution. Having Patrick Stewart walk up and say, "Ah, you're the one I've seen in my visions. We're going to leave you alive, let's go." And even as they're going through that, there's tiny little tidbits of characterization. Like, for example, how many of you caught the fact that the Blades were willing to kill you on the spot just for the hell of it? Just because you happen to be in the way and they can't risk it, right? Like, there's little details as you're going through the Oblivion intro that really help to emphasize the tension, the intensity of the scene, how important things are. As you're going through, we get the idea of exactly how bad the assassin attack is. There's a great line. What about my son? We don't know what's going on with your sons. In my heart, I know that they're all dead. And that's all they have to say. And we get the idea that this is not like one assassin attack. It's like 5 or 6 assassin attacks. And this is just the tail end of one of them, right? Yeah, exactly, Phaethon. It makes perfect sense, given everything they have been through, that they imply throughout the course of the intro, that Barris had no chill. He was not putting up with Jack. And if not for the Emperor personally saying, "Hands off that guy," he probably would have killed us. Just to be sure. Just to be sure. Remember, that cell was supposed to be empty. Nobody was ever supposed to be in that cell because that was the escape cell. And we were there for insert reason here because we put ourselves in there thanks to the timey-wimey stuff. Let's not talk about that. But you get it, though. And yeah, the Mythic Dawn were interesting, and they're shape-shifting, like the enhancement powers they use, and the dungeon giving you tons of things for stealth, and magic, and crafting, and physics, and basic combat, and enemy interaction, and just, it was a really, really, really good dungeon. And it did a lot to establish the tone, and the scene, and the plot. Great stuff. But yes, en medias res, sorry, I don't remember what it stands for exactly. Hello, wrong fella. It means starting in the middle of. Someone walked his way to the store, and then when he was getting to the store, he realized that he forgot to get the keys to the car. So he goes back to the house, and as he's walking back to the house explodes, and he's flung across the thing, and he lands on his car. But that actually allows him to break in. So he hotwires his car and drives off. And Medias Res would be the guy who is covered in glass and cuts, who is in his car with his windshield shattered, hotwires his car, and then drives off. That's in medias res. And you can see why people do that. It's a common literary technique to try and generate immediate interest, because in medias res, by definition, engenders the question, why? It's supposed to make the audience think, why is this happening? What led to this happening? When it's done well, it can be engaging and interesting and fun, and when it's done badly, it's Final Fantasy XIII. No offense to Final Fantasy XIII, but it does it terribly. All right, like in FF13, you hop off the train and you fight some people in what's totally, the fake Mako reactor, and then later on we get the exposition of how we got to that point. Look, I'm just saying, FF13 sucks. All right, moving on. What are we talking? Why are we doing this? Oh my God, I'm sorry. You've dragged me off topic here. I apologize. Hang on. Let's get back to this terrible game we're playing here. Point being, sorry. Let me wrap this all up with a nice, neat little bow here, okay? Point being, this intro sucks. It doesn't end medias res, which is fine. I'm cool with that. But it doesn't establish the tone properly at all. So far, we've had a grand total of 3 tones. It doesn't establish the characters at all. Tell me any characterization we've gotten so far, other than like something you could summarize with a single word. Its own world building makes no sense, even when keeping in mind its own world building. Like, it's self-contradictory. Our central plot is, we got here and things aren't the way we thought they were. Our central villain is trash. The most generic, bog-standard fungus monsters who are literally identical to each other. And then there's the gameplay. What have we had for gameplay? Have we had any interesting enemy design? Any boss encounters? Like, okay, I know that Mass Effect 2 is the worst game ever made. No, it's not. But you know what Mass Effect 2 did with its intro? It established what the different types of health bars are. Do you remember that? When we fought that stupid mech and we found out what armor is. That is development, right? That is establishing gameplay mechanics and tutorializing to the player naturally and smoothly through the actual gameplay itself. Hey, chakunk, this is how the different health bars work, of which there are, I believe, 4 in Mass Effect 2. There's purple, blue, so yeah, so there's magic, shield, energy shield, armor, and then just health, right? That's awesome. What, Buna Velzeblah? Why are we talking about Buna Velzeblah? I missed that. So Mass Effect 2 has a much better intro for the most part. But you have to remember, intro, where we define the end of an intro is kind of a malleable thing. So first we had the sequence where, spoilers, the ship is attacked. I liked that sequence. I know I'm the only person in the world who likes that sequence. Let's just move on from it for right now. The actual intro is that first mission when you're waking up on the station, and then the first mission right after it. Those two missions back to back are the actual intro for all intents and purposes of Mass Effect 2. Both of them establish initial character, initial premise. You've come back from the dead. We spent a huge amount of money on you. Why is Cerberus so interested in you? We believe the Reapers are still a threat. The Geth are not the particular issue here. There's some new player on the board. We're not sure what's going on with them exactly, but we know they're sufficiently interested in this. We establish a lot about Miranda and the kind of person she is, and we establish a lot about Jacob and the kind of person she is. Miranda is established with a single scene where we finally rescue her. She sees the traitor, and who's voiced by Steve Blum, and shoots him on the spot and without hesitation. That's Miranda. Jacob is established in a dialogue cutscene where he says, yeah, I joined up Cerberus because, and I forget the exact quote, but if the Alliance found out that there were colonies missing, they would have put together a committee to try and figure out if they should debate what to do about it. Cerberus decided to send people to figure out what was going on. Boom. There's your two primary initial cast members established like that. We also immediately established that Tim is not a good guy, and anybody who thinks otherwise is an idiot. But he is also someone who is willing to work with you and someone who is pragmatic enough to see beyond the bridge of his own nose. He is smart evil, something that is incredibly dangerous, but something you can work with. Okay, cool. And yes, also the second mission, the second mandatory mission, immediately you meet Tali, who is right with you initially, and of course is a great person. So it's like, hey, recurring character, cool, awesome, cool. And then gameplay-wise, the first mission is very basic. Here's how the combat works. Here's how the special weapons work. Here's how level design works. Here's how height differences work, etc. And then immediately after that, we have the sequence where we have the aforementioned realization against different enemy types, as well as the boss encounter with the mech. So cool, yeah. All right, I'm with it. That's Mass Effect 2's intro. Mass Effect 1's intro is not as good. Mass Effect 3's intro is much, much worse. I'm not going to go down Mass Effect 3's intro again. I've bashed that intro for years. It's trash. But this. Like this music perfectly fits this, right? Well, it's a shame that, I happen to be playing music out of the game, because this is the game's actual music that's playing right now. How many sections of even Mass Effect 3 can you think of where there is an extended sequence of no music playing? Now, I know that not everyone agrees with me about the lack of music thing. But to be clear, no music refers to when there's no music playing and it's not good. Lack of music is a tool, just like anything else is, and should be used appropriately and carefully. We even talked about that recently in Star Trek Online, where occasionally there were sequences where there's no music and that actually worked. But large swaths of navigating town, like, okay, I'm sorry. Let me break this down. This is Starfield, apparently. Let me break this down. No music is something you do for several reasons. To help establish a scene or a moment, right? Either tense or quiet or character focused, or for a sequence where you're trying to add atmosphere or tone, right? A sequence with no music can be good because of the fact that it's horrifying. Yeah, exactly, Lord Hammond. A sequence with no music can be horrifying because it helps add emphasis, helps add strength or impact, because you notice something's off because the music stopped playing. We're wandering through town. What we've been going through, as I've been sitting here for 30 minutes yammering on my gob, is a town sequence. Okay? We've talked about this before. There's combat, right? There's combat, there's exploration, which is usually dungeon crawling as well, and then there's town sequences. Those are the three principal pillars of any RPG. And you could break down most RPGs into these three separate pillars, right? This is a town sequence. Now, you, the player, what you're doing during a town sequence is you're going through, and you're not really doing much. For all intents and purposes, most of what you're doing is taking in the narrative. It's a breather section for you to process what you just went to and establish what you're going to be going through. Usually there's some kind of puzzles, there's quests, there's story, all that kind of a thing. But what there isn't is you doing much. There's not a lot of gameplay to most town sequences. Now that's fine, that's on purpose, because it's a breather section from the other two sequences, which are almost purely gameplay. But the important part here is that because of that relative lack of interactivity, one of the things you need to add is something for the player to pay attention to, like music. If there's no music for this, it doesn't sound atmospheric. It doesn't emphasize the scene. It sounds empty. It sounds dead. It sounds off. It's the uncanny valley of music as you're going through town. Like, I want you to really picture of an RPG that you like. I don't care which one. Just picture in your head right now. And you've gotten back to town, and you're walking through town, and there's no music playing. As you're going through Denerim, or as you're going through Narsh, or as you're going through fricking Lindblom, or whatever. As you're going through the Imperial City in Oblivion. Just picture there's no music playing. I got a better one. Imagine if there was no music in the Citadel in Mass Effect 1. sorry. I just...
Hello, Sarah. Welcome back to Sam Node. I've adjusted my connection to your implant. The headache you experienced before shouldn't reoccur.
Yeah, what was that about? You said we need to discuss something confidential?
You should know certain facts before you leave on your expedition. It seemed best we speak alone.
I don't understand the need for secrecy.
Your father felt it was for the best.
What was he trying to hide?
My true capabilities. Alec overrode the implant safety protocols. It allows me unrestricted access to the Pathfinder's physiology.
And that's... me, now.
And only you. I can act as a force multiplier, dramatically enhancing your motor and neural skills when required. Alec called them profiles. They provide unique, tactical augmentation during combat. Your father preferred to keep this fact to himself.
Okay. I'm going to say this as thoroughly as I can. I love the gameplay of this system, but this is nonsense. This AI has an implant in our brain which can give us literal magic, make us superhuman in terms of like endurance and speed and strength, and we can like we have access to cyberpunk virtual distance hacking kind of stuff. Like this is insanity. Yeah, it's pure bull crap, top to bottom. I do actually like the gameplay aspect of this a lot. But honestly, and I mean this with sincerity, I would actually give this less negatives if they didn't try to explain it at all. The fact that Sam can just spontaneously grow and also remove ESO nodes on our nerves. What? What? Yeah, it just gives us midi-chlorians. Da, 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 da. Like, I wasn't kidding earlier with the Star Wars music. Like, it just gives us the Force. And if they came up with some really dumb thing where Sam was like, I have isolated some ancient artifact. You know, maybe if we found some ancient artifact in that thing, and during the blast which killed our dad, it was implanted into us, and Sam has taken control of it, and that gives us it. That's a really cliched, hackneyed way to explain it, and I would still prefer that over the grade A nonsense that this is. Hello, Mr. Red. Oh my god. Like, even at a most fundamental level, how many of you know, I've talked about this many times before, your body can actually do more than you think because you have a concept called pain. Hang on, hear me out. What I mean by that is pain actually limits you from hurting yourself. Your own muscles and your own tendons and all that can cause damage to your own body because of how strong they are, because of what you can do to your own body. You can overexert yourself, you can rip and tear and break and push. And that's something that is a real problem, which is one of the things pain prevents. You stop doing something because it's like, ooh, ow, right? Make sense? So what exactly is Sam doing to prevent all of that damage from happening to us? We have an AI in our brain. We don't have like polyfiber, columns to make it so that our joints work better. Right? We don't have enhanced bone structure, so they don't shatter when we punch something harder than we should be physically capable of, right? And yeah, if we have this kind of reaction speed, how are we doing that without literally ripping our own muscles? Again, yeah, if you want to make it space magic, just make it space magic. Or as Lord Harriman says, and as I just mentioned, don't even explain it. Don't even explain it. Hi, Tiny Hippo. 9 weeks, Zach Taft. I remember. Okay, moving on.
I can understand. People might get the wrong idea. Super soldiers. A computer having control over a human.
Providing an enhancement to the human. It is a symbiotic relationship that benefits both.
What do you get out of it?
Though I'm artificial in design, I am fully sentient, far beyond what even the Initiative understands.
I don't follow. You're an AI, so what's different?
I am a new form of AI, drawing directly from the human experience. Your implant is my window into the world.
Okay, well, just as long as it doesn't hurt.
The only pain is that which life provides. As I've discovered, this can be a lesson in itself.
It's one I'd rather avoid. So where do we go from here?
I find myself in an unusual position. Though I had access to your father's experiences, there is a gap in my understanding.
How so?
He placed a block on portions of my memory array.
Why?
Perhaps so when you asked me what his plan was, I wouldn't know.
And Dad strikes again.
But not without recourse. The further you explore as a Pathfinder, the more blocks will be removed. Perhaps you should begin in your father's quarters. In the meantime, unless you have more questions, your new ship awaits.
Thanks.
Cool. So that was pretty dumb. Yes, here's our setup. Yep. Yet we have constant control of small combat drone. Okay. We have biotics. And then shielding, and then just, oh my god, I don't... I'm done. We're done. Moving on. Yeah, I didn't recognize Explorer. I'm pretty sure this is Frostbite. Don't quote me on that, though. Yeah, Alec Ryder should have been a better soldier than Shepard in every way. But obviously a lot stupider of one. Hey-o! He didn't have the magic PC powers of knowing how to share oxygen without dying. And yeah, I've heard that Frostbite can do some stuff pretty well. I have no real personal exposure to that. I've actually studied Frostbite a bit. More than most engines I've covered, actually, at this point. Because of how relevant it was to Dragon Age Inquisition. And the game I'm playing right now. So, what? Okay. Yeah, it was not made for this, but yeah, no. The simplest way I can put it is interfaces no goodie.
Ready to see what Tan gave us?
It does do good environments.
Something special. Pathfinder en route. How's the ship?
In final checks, looking great.
We won't be long. The way things are going, we'll be on our own out there.
In other words, we're making this up as we go.
We used to call that tactical improvisation. But at least we'll be doing it in style.
Also, why are we the PC? Why are we the one in charge is actually what I really mean by that.
They call her the Tempest.
Okay, for all the negativity I've spit at this game, which is quite a bit, I actually like the Tempest. The Normandy SR2 is better in every way, but I do like the Tempest. It's a cool looking ship, and it's only slightly irritating in gameplay. That's the best I could ask for. Yeah, no, Cora should be in charge, 100%. we should be
Go take a closer look.
like you want to give us the super AI and the superpowers. I'm fine with that. You know, we're still the PC.
We're 14 months late.
But like, have her be our freaking quest giver. This is not hard.
So you're the one who's making everything happen.
And everyone just licks our boots at every scene. That's already happened.
Veteran X. Initiative Wrangler, Provisioner, Gunner, and everything in between. Are we ready? The sooner we get out of here, the better.
You're coming with us?
Yes. Otherwise, there's no way they're letting this ship off the station.
What's the rush?
Just don't want to waste any more time.
I did, Zach Teft, and it has no relevance. Sorry.
Damn it.
Like, us having Sam and the AI has nothing to do with the fact that we're magically in charge of everything. We are a no-experience, know-nothing nobody who happens to have a magic AI box in us that makes us superhuman. And that's cool and all. And you could see that being like a story arc, like we have to earn the incredible gifts we've been given. That's a very typical superhero arc. So sure, I'm fine. I'm with that. Why are we in charge? And everyone treats us like we're the big savior of everything. And I should mention, we're still in the intro. But yeah, having Cora actually be in charge would have made way more sense. Hell, even having the captain of the ship being in charge would have made more sense. But no, yeah, people have said it 1,000 times. We're a Nepo baby. And that's irritating to me, because nepotism sucks. But also, regardless of my own personal feelings and beliefs on the matter, let's go ahead and get down to this. It doesn't engage me to be handed the Ultra Death Doom and said, "You are our only hope." You know, Inquisition actually had a similar approach to this, but does it so much better, right? Like Inquisition, it's the same general concept. If you zoom the camera out far enough, Inquisition's the same thing. Oh no, we have the ancient MacGuffin thing. That gives us the power to close the rifts. Therefore, we become in charge. Cool. But if you zoom in the camera, you see that the details are way better and way more smoothed out and way more developed. If you remember, right at the beginning, yeah, we are an asset. Exactly, Kira is right in the beginning of Inquisition. In fact, they're not even sure what we are at the beginning. They think we killed the Divine at the beginning. And they're all worried about us and concerned that we might be a problem. And we have choices in dialogue options to kind of decide how exactly we deal with that. And yeah, Cassandra is the one who's actually in charge, along with a little bit of, I can't remember her name, as well. And then as we start to prove ourselves, and as we start to show what we can do, we become an asset, and we become a tool, and we become something, yes, thank you, Liliana, and we become something that they can actually use and work with. And they're like, okay, this might be a thing. And by the time we get to Act 2, we start actually becoming the Inquisitor. It's a freaking arc. There's no arc here. It's just like, oh no, our dad's dead. Well, I guess that's the keys to the company. Don't worry. I know I have zero training, zero experience, zero backing. It's okay. It's okay. My dad owns a dealership, guys. It's cool. I got this.
Is something wrong?
Director Addison wants to see a complete report of the Tempest's supplies, munitions, and crew.
Director Tan overruled Addison.
The ship's loaded out with equipment for outpost discovery, squarely under Director Addison's purview.
Seen you around. Ben, right? Came here with a family, didn't you? Son still in cryo? I could pull some strings, get him to the front of the line.
Really?
Yeah, really.
They told me he wasn't essential, but I miss him.
Yeah, he's your son.
I know. I got family too, Ben.
It's done. Addison's gonna kill me.
Okay, so what this is this is an establishment cutscene, right? It's supposed to establish that she's a smooth talker. She can talk her way around things, and that she can work through people. Okay, cool. This scene is stupid. I'm sorry. I need to buy a baseball bat in real life, so I could just have it, like, right here for these kind of games, you know? Because, yeah, the reality of the situation is that none of that actually lines up. First of all, corruption and nepotism is just a little bit hot. And second of all, this is way too unsubtle. Third of all, and this is important, what exactly are we corrupting our way around? Like, what's the issue here? What are we circumnavigating here? Giving a report on the supplies we have on the ship? And that's it? Isn't that a good thing to give? Like, maybe that's just the manager in me speaking, or the spreadsheet-loving nerd that I am. But maybe it not only would be a good thing to tell people how many supplies you're taking on a ship, but also to know what supplies are no longer on your ship that we have taken. You know, to remove the items from the tables. Right? Why is this necessary?
Thank goodness. For a sec, I thought I was going to have to deal with Addison again.
And no one wants that. All things considered, it was an easy ask. And right now, you need people tearing down obstacles, not putting up more.
But that wasn't an obstacle!
Someone who cares about doing stuff and not just talking about it.
Oh my god. Yeah, we had to do all that to avoid talking to a person. Oh man. Oof. Bullet dodged. Alright, let's have our establish the ship scene.
Labs, sensors, exploration gear. Plus her crew, of course. The best in their field.
And they're all ours, because our dad owns a dealership.
The engine core is based on the Ark's Odyssey drive.
It runs a hell of a lot quieter.
That's Gil Brody. Engineer, mechanic, all-around wrench jockey. We call this the research room. There's space for upgrading equipment, gathering intel.
Router engaged. Securing connection to Tempest.
Welcome aboard, Sam. And Ryder, of course.
All run by Suvi Anwar, our science officer. Your quarters are below. Plenty of space up here to get everyone together. It's all yours. She's light, stealthy, and the fastest ship in her class.
And apparently we're blind if this shot is anything. The amount of light that's on her faces right now, we probably are never going to see anything ever again. Yeah, this whole ship doesn't feel very military, which...
It's really going to be something, isn't it?
I haven't even shown you the best part. When you're ready to fly, head over to the bridge. Our pilot should have everything good to go.
Oh my god, wait.
Better head to the bridge when we're ready to go.
No. No. Guys, we don't blink. Look at our eyes. So, I that's not a big deal. But I want you to understand that Mega Man on the NES has a blinking animation as part of its standard idle animation. Mega Man on the NES from the 80s has a freaking blink animation. I'm dead serious. I could prove this. I could pull up the sprite sheets and prove it to you. I just... There's no blinking. We don't blink. We don't blink. We just stare forever. Every now and again, she has to, like, she has to put eye drops in because, oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Again, like I'm not going to ding it for that. Not any more than I already have. Because the animations are crap in this game. But, like, for real, that says so much about the type of game this really is.
We call this the research room. You can run research.
You just said that! You literally just said that! Oh my god!
Our tech lab is an engineer's dream. It's perfect for any delicate technical work.
Yeah, crafting. Call it crafting because that's what it is. This is where you do delicate technical work. No, this is where you build stuff. God damn it. And yeah, Shepard actually did have a blink animation.
Pathfinder, check this toy.
I don't remember. What, Liam? What do you want?
Serious kid over here. Seems like we're forever racing, but there's always time to check out new toys. Useful ones.
I'm all about what's useful.
Oh, this is. Especially if you grabbed anything from Habitat 7. Raw minerals, tech, doesn't matter. The research station will strip that stuff down, give you options.
We can craft our way through. Turn the junk we find into an advantage.
Hey, with tech like this, it won't be junk for long. Not after we're through.
Yeah, we just have replicators. Don't worry about it.
Still the best.
Yeah, you like this camera angle for this conversation, by the way? Yeah, it doesn't even need to be. It could just been, here's your research and development lines. Boom. There you go. Boom. Done. Oh, there's the Matic. Which, yeah. We'll call this the Don't Blink. There we go. Oh my god. Okay, can I, like, equip this, please? No? Okay. Equip, please. Equip. 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 I can't change my equipment out of a mission. That's crazy. Why would you want to change your equipment, the interface of which you have access to, out of mission? Why is and why is there no comparison? Was that in the previous Mass Effect? Am I losing my mind? Hang on a second. Also, is there no ship music? Yeah, I swear to God, there's weapon. Okay, there, boom. I'm staring at the screen right now, and yes, there was a direct comparison. You could highlight a item. So I'm sorry. So it's very, very old game design, but it's very good game design. It goes back to the SNES, by the way, to keep emphasizing how old of a concept this is. But the way it works is when you have something equipped like this and you mouse over something else or select it, there's some way to indicate what a difference it is from what you currently have equipped. Maybe there's numbers, maybe it literally shows the two tooltips, side by side. Maybe there's like indicators of arrows, or like part of the bar is green or part of the bar is red because it's worse. There's lots of ways to do this, and this is old tech. And there's nothing! There's nothing here! Why is that a thing? Why do I have to hit page down to see a comparison? Hang on, hang on, hang on. But oh yeah, by the way, the menu, I haven't really been explaining. The menus are awful. Like, legitimately awful. Navigating these is a colossal pain. The mouse essentially doesn't work. I've given up on even trying to use the mouse for the menus. It's all arrow keys and space bar. It's not great. Oh, an E and Q, I think. Not that anything tells you that. Ugh.
That's the biolab. We can grow plants for food and oxygen, and keep any specimen safe.
Wonder how fast that engine core goes.
Well, I was hoping to actually get to a planet, but yeah, let's go ahead and pause. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. There's nothing wrong. This game is truly perfect in every way, shape, and form. And now I'm going to stare unblinkingly for the entire lunch break.